news, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 10:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index could see a record close. Right now we have got the S&P back above 5,000, 5,062, up 80 points right now. That is a gain of 1.6%. Dow Industrials pushing higher by 265 points, up 0.7%. NASDAQ by far the outperformer, up 2.4% right now, up 373 points. Right now we have got NVIDIA. That is the big stock story today, surging by 15.5%. Best level of the day on NVIDIA. Stocks are extending their bull run as NVIDIA's solid outlook rekindles the AI frenzy, and manufacturing data bolsters confidence in the U.S. economy. The 10-year right now, 4.30%, with a 2-year at 4.68%. Now, what about the Federal Reserve and rate cuts? The focus is on NVIDIA, of course, but the Fed's still a major issue. Sarah Hewen at Standard Chartered Bank believes a Fed rate cut will come about mid-year.
Our own view is June. I think markets are broadly in line with that. Of course, we have to see what happens with the upcoming inflation data, the upcoming employment data. We have a sense that the next core PCE reading is going to be strong.
And again, 10-year right now, 4.30%, with a 2-year, 4.68%. Spot gold down $2 the ounce to $2,023, down 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is pushing higher. WTI up now by about 0.1%. Again, recapping NVIDIA, the big stock story today, up 15.4%. Best level right now. S&P up 80, up 1.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Emily Gaffeo, sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, also streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search a Bloomberg podcast, and that's where you'll find us. As Charlie was just mentioning, it's kind of all things NVIDIA today, but there was another big company out with a really good print on their release. That was Moderna, mRNA, the pharmaceutical company, put out some good numbers. Stock is up about 9% today. This is a $36 billion market cap stock. And this is an important company. It's one of the companies that deliver the COVID-19 vaccine. So always have a special place in my heart for sure, along with a couple of others. Sam Fazeli, he covers this stock. He covers this sector. He's a director of research for Global Industries. He's a senior pharma analyst, one of the best in the city of London for Bloomberg Intelligence. So, Sam, looks like a really good quarter for Moderna. What stood out for you?
NVIDIA stood out for me, Paul. Sorry, just kidding. After 2 days of shenanigans in the markets about how high numbers were. But anyway, we're not talking about NVIDIA. It's nothing to do with me. Moderna, clearly they beat in 4Q. I mean, they get given guidance. Analysts had followed the guidance. They were looking for a certain number, and then 4Q beat, as I can see on the terminal in MODL, 12.4%, right? And they turned a profit, a small one, in 4Q. So that was particularly good. The thing is, it's just one quarter. It doesn't really change the dynamic of what's going on in 2024, 2025, and beyond.
Tell us a little bit about that dynamic as you look ahead for Moderna. How exactly are they pivoting away from being a company that people see the name Moderna and they just think COVID?
Yeah, so they've got a lot going on. They have, more COVID sales potentially coming up. You know, apparently they've told us today that the European Union is looking for contracts for 36 million doses per year in the next few years. You know, that's a lot of doses. And price is always the question here, right? This European Union, they don't like to pay for much, as we all know. So then they've got a vaccine for RSV, which is another respiratory virus, pretty much a major issue in younger kids and older adults. Then you have a flu vaccine that's in development. They have a CMV vaccine, which is not an infection we talk about very often, but it's an issue for newborns, particularly if the mother's got the virus. And of course, in the oncology setting, in cancer, they've got a trial that has been successful. Now they're trying to figure out whether they'll be able to file it this year for melanoma. So quite a lot going on. 2024 is a pretty important year for this company.
So I want to go to that cancer angle, Sam, because I know you've talked about that before. Is this something where the mRNA technology which works so well for delivering the COVID vaccine, maybe this technology can be used to deliver other therapeutics, like perhaps for cancer?
Yeah, so in this case, it's still being used in a kind of a vaccine setting. They used to call it personalized cancer vaccine, where they changed it to INT, individualized and neoantigen therapy. I think they wanted to get away from the word vaccine, but in reality, what they're doing is they're using bioinformatics and systems that they've been doing. And I just want to plug a podcast that my colleague Mandeep Singh and I did, talking to the head of AI at Moderna, and that's the Tech Disruptors podcast. I was honored to be invited first time around for the first time. Yeah, and then so we had that conversation. We talked about what they're doing, and one of the thing that they do is that they identify new things in the tumor of the patient and use that to create an mRNA, inject it back in, just as if it was a COVID vaccine shot, to raise an immune response. And that's partnered with Moderna, with Merck, sorry. And, you know, it's shown some really interesting data in phase 2. So the hope is that it will continue to show strong data in phase 3.
So, Sam, did you just say that Moderna is leveraging AI? I'll definitely have to listen to that podcast, but they're using AI.
Is there a company that's not?
Yes.
I mean, isn't that why NVIDIA is going to the sun? Forget the moon. We passed the moon already, right? You know, is there a single company? If you do a search for, you know, we have a function on terminal which is quite cute, which is NT, that you can look at mentions of words. Mm-hmm. I think you'll find that AI in transcripts from calls, earnings calls, I don't think there is a earnings call during a year that hasn't mentioned AI. Every company is using it.
Sam, let's step back from just Moderna per se and just say, what in your space is kind of really the most exciting for you? Is it cancer therapeutics? Is it dementia? What are some of the big areas that you're seeing a lot of money being spent and you're spending some time looking at?
Yeah, so Paul, I think with what's going on in pharmaceuticals and drug development and drug discovery and the pace of science, frankly, I can pick any area. Maybe CNS, the nervous system, is a little bit more because of the black box and the complexity that it has. But even that is seeing very interesting developments, as you've heard about Alzheimer's disease from Eli Lilly, from Biogen. In cancer, there isn't a single cancer that we're now, as you know, we're doing deep dives in cancer across the board. That I look at that there isn't some innovation coming and more innovation coming. Then you go to inflammation and immunology, you know, eczema, etc. A whole bunch of, this is all the fruits of two things: genomics and the ability to sequence the genome really cheaply, really rapidly. That's what's come together. And then, of course, you got bioinformatics next to it that enables you to analyze that massive data set.
We don't have a ton of time left, but I am curious, when you compare the results that we got from Moderna, how are you thinking about Moderna versus its competitors? I'm thinking Pfizer. Yeah,
so you're thinking Pfizer, BioNTech. I mean, you know, Pfizer obviously has a lot more going on than just COVID vaccines. Mm-hmm. BioNTech's probably the one to look at. So it'd be interesting to see what they report. But we kind of know already what they're going to report because they get their revenues from Pfizer, and Pfizer's already reported. So I don't expect any fireworks there. Of course, with BioNTech, it's a slightly different approach to taking the challenge at tackling their future. They've gone much more broad than Moderna. Moderna is pretty much stuck with its mRNA capabilities. Yep. BioNTech is expanding rapidly.
Emily, Sam is a well-known wine enthusiast, lives in France. He's usually not impressed with the wine I drink, but I think I got him last time.
Oh, you
2000
did.
Chateau Rothschild. How good was that?
Yes. Mouton Rothschild, well done. I mean, and drinking it out of a plastic cup?
Yes.
My God.
At a Brooklyn Nets game, of all places. So that's kind of how I rolled. Not quite in the circles that Sam rolls in London and in the rare confines of France, but that's kind of how I do it. Sam Fazeli, thanks so much for joining us. Sam Fazeli is the Director of Research for Global Industries. He's also a Senior Pharmaceuticals Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's become in the pharma space in the city of London for decades. He was absolutely instrumental during the pandemic, helping us understand the virus, and then just as importantly, maybe more importantly, understanding the vaccines and the companies and what they were doing there. So that was critical. So we appreciate his time today. Markets ripping as you would expect here on the back of this NVIDIA print. How about that? This is Bloomberg.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
From the UK, and I'm the inventor of the gel razor, and today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the gel razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype or manufacturing possibilities with investment or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel, hence I developed the all-in-one. The idea is you pressurize the handle, the gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision, that's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I want it to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the gel razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
And this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, we've got green on the screen. The S&P 500 up 1.5%. The NASDAQ up 2.2%, all on the backs of NVIDIA. Really strong quarter last night. Beat numbers, set some very, very strong guidance for sales. That's what the market was focused on, and they got what they wanted. That stock's up about 15%. NVIDIA lifting the market along with it. Right now, with our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul, Emily. And as we've been talking about trouble on the phone,
there are reports of cascading cellular service outages among major telecommunications providers such as AT&T, Consumer Cellular, T-Mobile, U.S. Cellular, and Verizon.
That message confirmed by AT&T saying it has been working urgently to restore service to customers experiencing wireless service interruptions. It's encouraging customers to make calls on Wi-Fi while they figure out what's going on. T-Mobile and Verizon say their networks are operating normally, at least for now, though their customers might have trouble connecting with AT&T. The White House is said to be considering using provisions of federal immigration law used by former President Donald Trump to unilaterally enact a sweeping crackdown at the southern border. The administration has been exploring options that President Biden could deploy on his own without congressional approval after the House blocked a bipartisan border bill. U.S. officials are working to gain contact with U.S.-Russian dual citizen Ksenia Karelina, who was arrested and charged with treason while visiting family in Russia last month. Her boyfriend, Chris Van Heerden, tells ABC he's received a letter from Ksenia from her detention, expressing her concerns that she might not be allowed to return home.
One day she'll wake up and she feels so motivated and so inspired and just so positive that she will see me soon. And then one day she'll wake up and she says, Chris, I have really no hope, and I believe I'm going to be here for the rest of my life.
The treason charges carry a prison sentence of up to 20 years. The arrest came after Karelina donated $50 to a Ukrainian charity. A private lunar lander will attempt to land on the moon today. Houston-based Intuitive Machines will attempt to land its spacecraft, Odysseus. It lifted off a week ago on a SpaceX rocket. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Emily.
All right, Michael Barr, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Sri Natarajan, he's one of our great reporters at Bloomberg News. His beat is basically Goldman Sachs. So, I mean, and he breaks a lot of news. Another piece of news today he broke here gets the green B, which means it's new news. Beth Hammack had been billed as one of the most likely candidates to break into Goldman Sachs' all-male top tier. Now she's calling it quits after 30 years at the Wall Street Giant, according to people with knowledge of the matter. Here's a paragraph that gets me. Even on Wall Street, where men dominate most firms, the lack of women at Goldman's highest levels has been a sore point internally. No woman has ever been appointed to the role of chair, chief executive officer, president, or CFO in the company's history.
Yeah, and this is amid a string of a number of executives leaving Goldman Sachs. I feel like every few weeks there's a headline that somebody else is leaving the firm. But let's look at what Beth Hammack actually did. She was a former treasurer who was most recently a co-head of the firm's global financing group.
Yep.
And yeah, it seemed like she was one of the candidates to break into that top tier.
Yeah, it's interesting. And you know, it's interesting, having worked on Wall Street for such a long time, what I've noticed in terms of diversity is that the incoming analyst class at, say, a Goldman Sachs or Salomon Brothers, where I worked, or Credit Suisse, it would be incredibly diverse by gender, by race, by everything. So you bring in 100 or 200 analysts off of some of the best schools in the country, looks very diverse by all measures. 7, 8 years later, when it's time for the partnership meeting or the managing director promotion discussion, not so much.
Right, it's that senior executive rank that's still dominated by men. But you would hope that these initiatives to bring more younger people, eventually it'll trickle up to the top, but it hasn't.
It's tough. So, I mean, somebody like Beth Hammack, a senior person at Goldman Sachs, obviously will have tremendous opportunities outside of Goldman, and you'll have to see where she lands. But very interesting news coming out of Goldman Sachs as they try to promote diversity there, as a lot of firms are trying to do. S&P 500 up 1.5%. The NASDAQ up 2.2%. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. He follows NVIDIA. He follows the old tech space. He's going to give us perspective on how big NVIDIA is, how big AI is to the tech space and tech spending. Then Shauna Sissel, President and CEO of Van Ryan Capital Management, joins to discuss her outlook on the markets. And then it's Thursday. That means we check in with Barry Ritholtz. He's the Masters in Business podcast dude. He's also Ritholtz Wealth Management. Super smart and super engaged discussion. So we always like chatting with Barry. That's coming up in this hour as well. Right now, let's get, where are we going for? We're going to go to Charlie Pellet. Let's do that for our Bloomberg Business Flash. Kick us off.
I thank you very much. Great hour ahead right here on Bloomberg. What do you need to know right now? What is happening with NVIDIA? 15.1%. That is the big stock story of the day. We've got you covered here on Bloomberg. S&P pushing higher by 75 points, up 1.5%. We are off session highs right now. Very interesting day. If you lay a chart of NVIDIA over the S&P 500 index, they are virtually identical. NVIDIA pulls back, the S&P pulls back. Right now we've got the S&P up 1.5%, bringing the year-to-date gain, by the way, to 6%. This update brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with the solutions they need to grow a thriving business. Commonwealth, go where you grow. Visit commonwealth.com to learn more. Again, NVIDIA worth repeating, the stock right now higher by 15.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 214, up 0.5%. NASDAQ by far the outperformer, up 2.2%. The Russell 2000 up by 0.4%. 10-year 4.31%, with a 2-year right now 4.69%. Spot gold little change, down 0.1% at 2,023 the ounce, while crude is higher by 1% right now, 78.67 a barrel. Bottom line here, NVIDIA surging the most in just about 9 months. Ben Gutteridge at Invesco is urging investors to stay focused on how much money companies are making.
Life's all about earnings, and I mean, what a sensational set of results from NVIDIA, and there is great momentum there, and I think the equity market's sort of really nicely sort of set up from here.
And indeed, to put NVIDIA's numbers in context, revenue in the current period will be about $24 billion. Analysts have predicted $21.9 billion. It's a company we're all over today. NVIDIA up now by 15.3%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 1.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pello, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Emily Graffeo and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, also streaming on YouTube. And you can go over to YouTube and just search Bloomberg Podcast. We're also in your dashboard, Apple CarPlay, Android Radio, all that kind of stuff. Right, the app, it's all you need, and then you find it right there. Let's see what's happening in these markets. Nora Melinda, who covers markets for Bloomberg News, joins us here. Nora, what are you looking at?
Well, I feel like we've been talking about NVIDIA all morning, so I want to move over to Wayfair. Looking at that stock, those shares are up about a little bit more than 3% this morning. Were earlier up more than 10%. Now, this e-commerce company, it obviously focuses on home furnishing. We saw fourth quarter results that showed improved profits. Now, I know Bloomberg Intelligence, Sydney Goodman over there said even amid lackluster home spending, Wayfair can continue to increase profit and free cash flow led by cost-saving measures it has in place. I know when I moved into my first apartment, I actually did get my furniture through Wayfair. Yeah? Have you guys purchased through them?
I have not.
I don't think Actually, I got a chair from there.
Yes.
And it was broken.
Oh, no.
And then they sent me a new one. And then I had a broken chair. Oh, my God. And a new chair. So
the pleasure of getting things shipped.
What else we got?
Looking at Etsy, that's on the downside here, down as much as 8.9%. Now, this is the biggest one-day drop since August. And now this is the biggest laggard in the S&P 500 right now by percentage. Its first quarter outlook really bakes in a slow start to the first quarter. We had an analyst over at Stifel say that the first quarter is likely to trough for growth. And so it's really pointing toward further deterioration in the gross merchandise sales and margin areas here. I mean, I've purchased from Etsy. Have you guys?
Has Paul?
Nope.
Is this a good?
No.
I mean, I guess, what do you get from over there? Different arts, crafts, I mean, different T-shirts.
Yeah, jewelry, custom. I got a present for a colleague because you can order a lot of custom goods on Etsy. It's all individuals that post their own art online. Exactly. So I got custom coasters for a colleague after she was married. I got names engraved.
But wanted to wrap things up also here on the flip side, moving up, Royal Caribbean. I know we've talked about cruises. I've spoken about cruises with you two here before, but those shares for Royal Caribbean are up as much as 8%. This is the biggest jump since July. The company boosted its full-year profit outlook just 3 weeks after setting it. And so analysts are encouraged by this update because it views they view the company as a way of reassuring investors amid concern of a pullback in demand. So really good news here for Royal Caribbean.
And on the back of that, they're out in the market with a $1 billion bond offering, so probably refinancing a lot of the debt they raised during the pandemic when they needed the cash, got the cash, but probably paid a higher rate than they would like, and now kind of refinancing here, so under better conditions. So good news for the cruise business. All right, Norma, Linda, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's get a little bit more on this AT&T story, some outages in their service being reported across the U.S. Today. The stock is down 3%. Todd Shields joins us. He covers all the telecom space for Bloomberg News, regulatory reporter. Todd, tell us what we know about what's happening in AT&T.
Yeah, we're not really too sure. A big outage started sometime in the wee hours of the morning, appears to be continuing. Cities affected, we'll tick off a few: New York, Houston, Atlanta, Miami, Chicago, and Dallas, which is where AT&T is headquartered. Lot of outages, 70,000 or so reported to a down detector early. I mean, yeah, just bumped up it was over 70,000 earlier. It's tailed off a bit recently, but we don't know if the outage is continuing, is under control. What's up? Some people are getting stuck in SOS mode, which is, I'm not sure what that is on your phone, but it means it's not working correctly, that's for sure.
Yeah, my colleague showed me that her phone was SOS mode. It said that at the top instead of showing bars. But Todd, can you give us a sense of the extent of this outage relative to history? Has a company like AT&T in recent years ever seen an outage this large and this persistent? It's been several hours now that we've seen this.
Yeah, you know, we've been riffing through the clips and trying to figure this out. We came across a big outage by AT&T in 2008, which is a long time ago. T-Mobile had a 2020 outage that resulted in a probe by the Federal Communications Commission. And a settlement that included a $19.5 million payment by T-Mobile. So they aren't common, that's for sure.
Todd, what's AT&T saying here in response?
We've got a statement that came out fairly early from AT&T. They said they're working urgently on the problem. I can figure out what the exact text of it is, but basically they said we've got a problem and we're working to solve it. More later.
Yep, absolutely. I guess that's kind of where we are here, early hours here. All right, Todd, thanks so much for joining us. Todd Shields, Bloomberg regulatory reporter. Give us the latest here on what's happening at AT&T. Look like they have some regional outages in service for their wireless service. For what it's worth, I think Verizon's still working for me. I got all my bars there, so good stuff there. But again, AT&T stock off about 3% on the news. The stock story today clearly is NVIDIA. They had their results last night, probably some of the more widely anticipated results I can remember in a long time by the market in general, not just by NVIDIA investors, but and they delivered. Stock's up 15% here today. Let's break it down a little bit with Mandeep Singh. Mandeep is the senior technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He joins us live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So Mandeep, I guess this AI thing is really a thing, isn't it?
It is, and look, I think the incremental opportunity is multi-year. Jensen said last night it's $1 trillion incremental opportunity over the next 5 years. So even if you think his numbers are too optimistic, it clearly is showing up in how companies are investing their capex, especially the hyperscalers. I mean,
what's a hyperscaler?
Hyperscaler are companies like Meta, Microsoft, Alphabet.
Okay, household names, right?
Household names who either have consumer internet services. So in the case of Meta, all these popular apps with 3-4 billion daily active users. And in the case of Microsoft, Amazon, and Google, it's a public cloud companies that power everything in terms of your application.
So the cynic in me says, hasn't all that been around for years and years and years? Why is AI something that just came into our vernacular in the last 12 months?
Because in the prior cycle, it was the AI was done using CPUs, Intel CPUs.
Okay.
Now,
central processing units.
Correct. Now we're talking about GPUs and accelerators.
Graphics processing.
Graphics processing.
See?
Okay, I was going to say general. All right. Paul was right.
And so these are different types of chips.
Okay.
So suddenly all your data centers need to be upgraded with these latest chips that NVIDIA has. So I think the cynic in me, and again, I'm looking at both sides of the argument here. Clearly, they are printing great numbers. but it has to come at the expense of somebody. So Intel has to lose market share for NVIDIA to keep putting up numbers like this. And so does AMD, because AMD has a lot of CPU market share that even if they come up with their GPU accelerators, it's going to cannibalize their CPU chips. So that's the part that's not clear. Right now, yes, NVIDIA's spend is great, and they keep putting great numbers, but the CPU companies seem to be holding their market share as well. So I think we'll find out in the next 2-3 quarters.
What did you learn about demand from the latest earnings results? Because the CEO talks a lot about how there's just insatiable demand, but can it continue at the pace that it has for the next several quarters ahead?
I think several is an interesting term because I feel they have visibility for the next 2 to 3 quarters, probably this fiscal year, 2024. Beyond that, you're talking about comparisons where they grew 300%. So, 2025 is when I think they will find it hard to grow even 20% because this is not recurring revenue. Software revenue is different. It's recurring subscriptions. You can keep layering more services, and you can grow 10, 15, 20%. This is all revenue they have to earn because their chips are better. And yes, there is a refresh cycle, but in the end, it comes down to who has a better chip, and that's what drives, the revenue in the quarter.
How special is their special sauce on their chips versus everybody else? Why can't AMD or Intel or somebody else? They have smart people over there. Why can't they come up with something?
Yeah, so you have to look at NVIDIA's core business. That was gaming. GPUs were used in gaming. And they just found the right market at the right time, whereas others didn't expect that gaming GPUs will have such big relevance in generative AI.
Okay.
So I think there was an element of luck, but look, they've been very nimble in terms of designing the latest chip. I mean, remember Bitcoin mining?
Yep.
NVIDIA GPUs were used for Bitcoin mining. Automotive, they have tapped into any new market that has come about in the last 5 years, and they've been the most nimble. Intel has been missing on their process nodes, so they haven't executed well, and that's where NVIDIA has taken share.
How should investors be thinking about the valuation? Because I'm looking at a Bloomberg News article. NVIDIA today just hit the record for the biggest single day market cap add. They added $230 billion in market cap just on the moves today.
Yeah, so look at how much their estimates went up today. Their estimates went up by 10%. 10% is almost, $10 billion in data center revenue. So until yesterday, they were expected to do $90 billion in data center revenue for 2025. Now they're expected to do $100 billion. So put a 25 multiple on that $10 billion in revenue, you arrive at that $250 billion in market cap, and that's not stretched.
So, I mean, you can't. I mean, I'm gonna call this a momentum stock. Yes, there's great fundamentals underlying it, but we see the moves we've seen here over the past 12 months, and you just can't get off this thing, can you? I mean, is anybody out there making a valuation call? I mean, I haven't seen any downgrades or anything like that. It's hit my price target, or I mean, none of that, right? The street's still 100% behind this thing.
It is, and that's what worries me a little bit because they're priced for perfection. And yes, yesterday was a perfect quarter.
Yep.
But how long can you keep doing that? And at the slightest sniff of, a top-line deceleration or where they can't meet the expectations, the multiple will get cut into half. We saw that with Palo Alto Networks yesterday.
Yep.
Great cybersecurity play.
Yep.
I mean, the slightest hint of, a slowdown, and the multiple was really down 30, 40% yesterday. So that's the risk. But look, this is a great management team. And at the scale they're operating, I mean, look at $100 billion in revenue expectations. They have good visibility. And at that scale, you're talking about the leading technology in the world right now, and these guys are at the forefront of it.
Can we talk a little bit about AI more broadly? Because we also had news this morning that Google paused. They said that they're going to pause their image generation of people for Gemini, the service that creates images, because there was criticism about how it was handling racial depictions of people. What do you make of that news?
Well, you're going to see more of that with generative AI because the moment you roll out these kind of systems, and the history of chatbots is people try to break things first. Instead of finding that constructive use case which will help drive productivity. The mindset is, how do I break it? How do I find faults in it? And look, these systems are not perfect. Everyone is ingesting large amounts of data, trying to figure out how to make these systems smarter. But they'll have their loopholes. You have to put guardrails. I mean, look at how many iterations ChatGPT had before it was launched, and that's where the guardrails come into play. I'm sure Google will find the right guardrails around these systems, and they'll launch it again. But for now, I think it is something that they have to handle.
Is there a risk that some of their big customers, NVIDIA's big customers, design their own chip? Isn't Apple talking about that?
Well, so that's where half of their data center revenue is coming from hyperscalers. So think of 10 hyperscalers make up 50 billion of their data center revenue. So they have a 5% exposure to every large tech company. Now, all of these companies want to make their own chips because it's $5 billion in CapEx that's going to NVIDIA every year. They don't want to do that when they could do it in-house for 2 to 3 billion. And that's where, Google probably is the closest in terms of using its TPUs to train their own large language model because they have their own large language models. I think OpenAI has suggested they want to do something similar. Sam Altman was out there, talking about 5 to 7 trillion for just designing and manufacturing their own chips. So every company wants to do it, but NVIDIA is way ahead with their product iterations, and their chips keep getting better and better in 3 months.
All right, Mandeep, all over this stuff. Mandeep Singh, Senior Tech Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Here's some revenue numbers for you folks. In 2023, their January year-end for NVIDIA, revenue, let's call it 27 billion. January 24 year, 60 billion. And for January of 25, the forecast, 104 million in revenue. So just extraordinary growth. You see the stock price, it's reflected in the stock price. We've had some, you heard Mandeep saying the valuation's reasonable if you think these multiples are reasonable. And it's growing. It has grown into its valuation. That's a call. This is Bloomberg.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Wall Street, we do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Do want to begin with the AT&T outage. Got an update from AT&T. It now says 3/4 of its network has been restored. AT&T has been responding to widespread disruptions to its mobile service across the U.S. that had tens of thousands of customers complaining that they couldn't make or receive calls. AT&T shares are lower now by 2%. Among rivals, we've got Verizon shares down 0.7%. T-Mobile U.S. trading lower by 0.3%. NVIDIA, the big stock story today, surging 15.3% after that blowout earnings report last night. NVIDIA again up 15.3%, the most in about 9 months after the chipmaker delivered another surprising sales forecast, adding fresh momentum to a stock rally that already made it the world's most valuable chipmaker. S&P up 83, above 5,000 at 5,064. That is a gain of 1.7%. Indeed, extending the year-to-date gain on the S&P now to 6.2%. The Dow up 270, up 0.7%. NASDAQ up 378, up now by 2.4%. 10-year yield 4.31% with a 2-year 4.70%. Spot gold higher now by actually lower. Gold is down 0.1%. 2,033 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude is higher by 0.5%. 78.36 a barrel. Again, recapping, NVIDIA up 15.3% after earnings, S&P up 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Emily Gaffeo, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're also streaming live on YouTube. So you can head over to that internet thing, youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you'll find us here. As Charlie was just reporting, it's all about NVIDIA today, up 15%, taking the markets higher. Our next guest had this name on our list, so I'm guessing a good day for her. Shana Sissel, President and CEO of Ban Ryan Capital Management, joins us via that Zoom thing, also the internet, in Chicago, Illinois. So, Shana, thanks so much for joining us. I know in your notes you had NVIDIA as one of your names. Why? I think I understand now. But what do you make of the quarter last night?
So I've followed NVIDIA my entire career. When I first started in the business, it wasn't even in the S&P 500, but it traded in a very predictable pattern. So it was just a stock I kind of clung on to when I was learning the ropes. And I've followed it ever since. In 2017, I attended a private equity conference where every single speaker talked about how important NVIDIA was for, artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles, data centers. And I thought at that time, I should own this stock. And I've been a bull ever since. So I've been pretty happy with how the stock's done. And I keep trying to come up with a bear case because I'm one of those people that if it's too good to be true, there's just got to be something wrong. And I still haven't been able to come up with a really solid bear case for the stock. I'm not surprised by their killer earnings last night. They've been doing this now for several quarters. And it seems like they are the rocket ship that's keeping the market, afloat.
So what do you tell someone that, unlike you, has not owned NVIDIA and is just looking at the stock now and the earnings now and thinking, oh my gosh, should I buy this stock right now? Is this a time that people can be adding more to NVIDIA and maybe entering the position, or is it more a time to be holding on to what you already have?
Well, I've always, people ask me this all the time, and I'm always hesitant to say, yes, buy it at this entry point because it feels really frothy. I know I'm personally not adding to it, but my cost basis is like $250. So, and that, I have no reason to at this point. It's hard to say. The momentum is there, and I don't think there's anything that's going to be a headwind to the stock in the near future. We're really early in this artificial intelligence trend, maybe second inning. And so I think that there's a real possibility this stock could be, $1,200 a year from now. So I don't think it's a bad idea if you don't have a position to enter it now, but I would be careful and maybe look for buying it on weakness. Like I would have bought it ahead of earnings when it was at $650, as opposed to today where it's really benefiting from the news. I might look to find some good entry points, but it's hard because every time I say that, the stock just keeps going up, and then people get mad at me because they missed the opportunity to buy in when it was cheaper.
Shana, how about Cisco? It's kind of what I consider kind of old school tech name here. And look at it over the last 5 years, and it's had a compounded annual growth of only about 2.5% versus the S&P up about 14.5% compounded. What's been the story at Cisco in terms of its underperformance from your perspective?
Well, primarily it's been that they just haven't kept up with the trends. The technology that they provide isn't relevant to a lot of the latest and greatest trends like artificial intelligence, but they're trying to pivot and become more relevant, and the stock is really cheap. So in my opinion, it's a stock that I've looked at and I own a small position in. It is a stock that I do like, but it is a stock that I don't know if I'm completely a bull, but it's just so cheap and they are trying hard to become more relevant in the space that I think they have an opportunity to at least improve their growth rate going forward, which should help the stock. It's trading at a ridiculously cheap multiple, especially when you consider tech as a whole. So I don't think there's a ton of downside in the stock. But I'm still not sure it's go to the moon like NVIDIA kind of thing. But I do think there is an opportunity with the management team really looking to focus and pivot the business to be more relevant in current trends today.
What are you looking at in the pharmaceutical sector?
So I really like Novartis and Veritex Pharmaceuticals. One of the things that I find really interesting is, if you haven't figured this out yet, I like looking at what the new emerging trends are, what's going to be the thing that, changes the world going forward. And when you look at drug development, there's really interesting things going on right now, especially in things like cancer research. So Novartis in particular has some absolutely groundbreaking oncology drugs, and the speed at which we're seeing new drugs come to the market that are really changing the game in cancer, where it's changing cancer from, a terminal illness to more like a chronic illness, is remarkable. Novartis is kind of at the forefront for that. In the case of Veritex, they have a very strong cystic fibrosis line, which really doesn't have any competitors. And they really are trying to focus on those key areas where they have a true edge. So that's why I like those two stocks in particular. But, we have like Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly who are benefiting from, the Ozempic trends.
Yep.
And Eli Lilly also has some great oncology drugs. It's just a little pricey right now, which is why it's not on my list.
How about energy here? I'm looking at WTI crude oil at $78 per barrel. How do you think about the energy space here? The stocks have been quite good over the last several years. What do you think going forward here?
Well, inflation has helped energy stocks. And if you looked at the latest PPI and CPI numbers, energy was one of the main reasons why some of those numbers, or one of the only areas that we saw a decline in inflation, if you look at it with energy and food. So obviously gas prices have come down. That's good for the consumer. And so I don't know if there's a huge tailwind to the entire sector, but I do like a stock like FANG, like Diamondback Energy, because they don't need oil to be $100 a barrel to have good revenue and good profitability. I think their break even is $50 a barrel. And so there's quite a bit of opportunity for a stock like FANG to do well in an environment where other energy companies aren't doing as well.
Paul, I don't know if you know this, but Shayna actually has a nickname. It doesn't have to do with single stocks. She is also known as the queen of alternatives.
Oh, nice.
So let's get your perspective on the outlook for alts in 2024. Is there anything in particular that jumps out to you as attractive for this year?
Yeah, I think that, we've spent a lot of time over the last couple of years being really excited about that venture capital and private equity space. And we're not seeing as much of a tailwind in either one of those spaces right now. Private equity has not performed as well as the overall public markets, and venture capital has a ton of headwinds to it. So you got to think a little bit outside the box, and there's areas in the alternative space that I think are really interesting. Some of the more diversifying kind of names in the hedge fund space, like equity market neutral, some event driven, things of that nature. But also if you look at private credit and private debt, in the environment we're in now, where I think we're at peak interest rates, I'm not saying that I think the Fed's going to cut anytime soon, because I don't think that, but I do think there's better opportunity for yield in some of the private credit and private debt markets, because banks as a whole are not as open to smaller businesses and to startups and things of that nature. So they're going to other markets, and the biggest beneficiary of that are private debt and private credit.
Yeah, that's certainly been just a tremendous area of growth really over the last 10, 12 years, private credit, as you know, the banks have kind of pulled back after the financial crisis. So a big market there. Shana Sissel, thanks so much for joining us. Shana is president and CEO of Ben Ryan Capital Management. She joins us via Zoom from Chicago, Illinois. And we've heard, you know, I always kind of joke that if I were to come back on Wall Street again, I might really consider the private credit business. We know how great private credit has been.
We're in a
I'm sorry,
golden
private
age.
equity has been, but private credit, wow.
Golden age of private credit.
Yeah, I mean, just attracting a ton of capital, in large part because, you know, some of the regulatory constraints put on the banks for some of the riskier loans, some of the more cash flow leverage lending type of activity, have made it, particularly for some of the mid-sized banks, less attractive to do that business. And if you're, you know, a mid-sized company, small-sized company, looking for, you know, kind of leverage finance, it hasn't really been there, and these banks have pulled away from it. And so private credit has filled the void, and boy, they're attracting a lot of capital, and they can generate for their investors some very nice yields. And they're putting together some big deals. They're writing bigger and bigger checks too. So you see some of these LBOs happen, you know, in the 10, 20, 30, $40 billion range, and it's private credit that's providing the debt financing. So kind of a cool business. Quick check of the markets. S&P up 1.7%. NASDAQ up 2.5%. How about that? WTI crude oil, we talked about it just a little bit, up slightly here, just about $78.50 per barrel for WTI crude oil. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Paul, Emily, can you hear me now? There have been problems with the nation's cellular phone systems. Tens of thousands of customers of AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, U.S. Cellular, and Consumer Cellular reported outages this morning. That's according to the tracking website downdetector.com. The majority of them are AT&T customers. President Biden is debating using an executive order to curb immigration through the U.S.'s southern border. The action is similar to presidential actions taken during the Trump administration to restrict immigration. The order would restrict migrants' ability to claim asylum. But as Bloomberg government's Jack Fitzpatrick reports, that authority has been challenged in court before.
It's not clear how a court would rule, but he would take some steps along the lines of those used by the former president to limit asylum claims. And what exactly would happen next is unclear because this is very much a legal gray area, but it is something congressional Republicans have pushed the president to use after the meltdown of legislative negotiations on border and immigration.
Bloomberg government's Jack Fitzpatrick. In 2 days, South Carolina Republicans are voting in the presidential primary. Nikki Haley has ramped up her attacks on Donald Trump at the final stretch. The former South Carolina governor has been responding to Trump mocking her husband, who is serving a one-year deployment overseas as a major in the Army National Guard. She told ABC military families are off limits in a presidential campaign.
Don't talk about him. Don't say anything, because every freedom Donald Trump has is because of the men and women in our military. And he would never know it.
Haley is still trailing Donald Trump by more than 30 points in the polls. Global news, 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg.
news, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. Dow, S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000, all pushing higher, but the number you need to know, NVIDIA, up now by 15.4%, surging the most in about 9 months after the chipmaker delivered another shocking sales forecast, adding fresh momentum to a rally that has already made it the world's most valuable chipmaker. NVIDIA said last night that revenue in the current period will be about $24 billion. Analysts were predicting $21.9 billion on average. Right now, NVIDIA, worth repeating, up 15.4%. S&P up 84 now, higher by 1.7%. We've got the Dow up 266, up by 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 387 now, up by 2.5%. Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up 0.7%. 10-year right now 4.31%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.70%. Equity is also getting a boost from strong manufacturing, housing, and labor market data, with traders taking more hawkish Fed speak in stride. Dominic Konstam at Mizuho Securities was asked how the latest inflation data is affecting the Fed's thinking.
Now that you've had a bit of a pop higher in January, I think absolutely the panic to cut rates in March subsides. But you still have to be quite careful, because inflation, in my view, is most likely to still be on this glide path lower.
And right now, gold is down 0.2%, 2021 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 78.53 a barrel. Again, recapping, S&P up 85, up 1.7%, NASDAQ up 2.5%, NVIDIA up 15.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, very good. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Emily Graffeo, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in a Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. That's to do the audio thing. The video thing, youtube.com. Go over to youtube.com, search a Bloomberg podcast, and that's where you'll find us. Boy, it is NVIDIA Day, to say the least, as Charlie was just reporting, impacting not only its stock, that sector, and the overall market here. Let's get some perspective on it, as only one B. Ritholtz can do. Barry Ritholtz, host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. It's a little podcast like a gajillion people listen to every week. He gets great guests. But his day job, he's a founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Barry, I mean, you and I, we've been in this market a long time. I'm struggling to find a stock that had such an impact for such a period of time as NVIDIA. What do you make of it?
Well, you know, I'm always perplexed when I see people sort of shrugging off new technology, new companies, shifts in how we operate. We should just stick with the, you know, imagine someone in the 1920s saying, what's with these newfangled, telephone and radio and automobiles? Yeah. Let's just stick with the steam and leather belt companies. They've done great for so long. Hey, you know, technology is how wealth is created, how society moves forward, how humans dominate the planet. And it's pretty clear, there's a lot of hype. Go back to computer companies in the 80s or automobile companies in the 20s. I can't tell you which of those companies are going to be the winners, and there's always hundreds of them. Remember gateway computing? But somebody out of that complex is going to be a big winner, and it's going to drive a lot of the economic activity that takes place.
Barry, what have you learned from NVIDIA's earnings in terms of whether NVIDIA is going to emerge as one of those winners? Paul's been asking pretty much every guest on this show today, what makes NVIDIA so different? Why are their chips the most attractive to so many corporations versus IBM's, Broadcom's? So where are we right now in terms of assessing whether NVIDIA is really going to emerge as one of these winners of the new AI age?
So caveat, I'm not a semiconductor analyst. However, if we look at the history of chips and how they've developed over time, at one point it was all Intel and nobody else had a whole lot to say. Then we started looking at more complex calculations. We went from reduced instruction sets to more complex to floating point, and then it was graphic generators and games, and then mobile. And so there's been this progression, and along that progression, NVIDIA has been extremely innovative and ahead of the curve from their bigger competitors, or at least once bigger competitors. You can't say that anymore. And so this is all about GPUs and cycles. I'm going to tell you what I think a lot of people are afraid to say. I have no idea if NVIDIA is ultimately going to be the winner 10 or 20 years from now. The technology changes so quickly. The upstarts come along and disrupt the environment so much. It's very difficult to make that bet. That said, go back. You don't even have to go back 25 years. Go back 5 years. NVIDIA was that disruptor. I can't tell you who might be the disruptor to NVIDIA or if they're going to dominate. Very few companies dominate for decades. Look at Microsoft as an example. That's the exception, not the rule. We've gone through ARM Holdings and AMD and Intel and Qualcomm and one semi company after another. So it's really, really difficult to make that bet.
So Barry, I would say you can correct me here on the number of years here, but it seems like for the last 20 plus years, tech has been leading this market. Is there any scenario why shouldn't I be overweight tech long term? There's no scenario, is there?
So first, let me correct you. It's not 20 years. It's 40 years, right? Go back to the 1980s.
Well, you're a lot older than me, Barry. Let's be clear.
So you move from mainframe computing to desktop computing and the rise of software with that.
Yep.
And then eventually you move to gaming and mobile, and now AI is the software that's driving a lot of this. You know, what we think of as a separate space of technology, I love to look at the books about investing from like the early 20th century, and they talk about telegrams and telephones and rails the way we talk about chips and software and internet. You know, in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, there were no telephone companies other than Ma Bell. Everybody used a telephone. So the way we describe internet companies, I think that's going to fade, and everybody's.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
Their world.
Yeah, but I figured our friends in Tokyo deserve a shout out. I mean, it's been since 1989. Good for them. Remember, Barry, back early in our career, you had to be a part of that whole Japanese market. And then, boy, for just nothing for a long time. Barry Ritholtz, host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. Great podcast. Go check it out. He has great guests every week, some of the leaders in finance. He's also founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Some good stuff there. And again, looking at the market, it's a very strong day. S&P up 1.6%, NASDAQ up 2.4%. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
Well, I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World, Hank Water, Charlie Pellet. Rivian Automotive shares are plunging 26.5% after the EV maker issued a disappointing production forecast, and it announced another round of job cuts. The maker of plug-in pickups, SUVs, and delivery vans expects to build just 57,000 vehicles this year, in line with last year's output, but well below analysts' average estimate for more than 80,000 units. The outlook underscores the challenges that Rivian is having with scaling production and stemming losses amid a slowdown.
From the UK, and I'm the inventor of the gel razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the gel razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype, or manufacturing possibilities with investment, or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I did that all in one. The idea is you pressurize the handle. The gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision. That's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I want it to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the gel razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
Call on Congress to get border and aid packages passed. Any unilateral action would include the so-called 212F, which is very controversial and actually was used by Donald Trump. Republicans have continually asked him to act in this manner, and with immigration becoming the #1 issue now headed into the election, this could be something he feels has to be done. It would face court challenges. Ed Baxter, Bloomberg Radio.
As we've been talking about all morning, there have been problems with the nation's cell phone service. There were reported outages affecting customers, including AT&T and T-Mobile. The boyfriend of Ksenia Karolina, the Los Angeles woman arrested in Russia on treason charges, is pleading for her safe return. Karolina, a ballerina from Los Angeles, who's a dual Russian-American citizen, is accused of collecting funds for Ukrainian organizations after she donated about $50 to Ukraine's war effort. Her boyfriend, Chris Van Heerden, says they last spoke January 27th, but he's since had a letter from her sent from jail.
I know she's safe. She made that clear to me. She's locked up with 2 women, an older woman and a younger woman. She's safe. They've both a friendship. She has someone to talk to every day.
Van Heerden spoke to ABC. Finally, Guinness World Records has ruled against a Portuguese dog that died last year, keeping the title of oldest canine ever. Guinness said today that following a review, it no longer has the evidence it needs to support Bobby's claim as the record holder. Bobby was a reportedly 31-year-old guard dog who was proclaimed the world's oldest dog ever in February of 2023, but some vets and experts called Bulldog on that. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul and Emily.
All right, Michael Barr, thank you so much. All right, Emily, you want to talk space and the moon? Is that where you want to go?
Yes, that is where I
I've
wanna
been
go.
there and I've done that, but for you kids, go ahead.
So there's a new space exploration company that is aiming to put a landing on the moon today after 4 p.m. This is going to be the first time that we have landed something on the moon in over 50 years. December 1972, before either of us were even born, Paul.
Dude, I was there. I was watching on TV live. So here's my gig. I had a Gen Zer this morning sits next to me saying that perhaps you're Gen what? You're a millennial. All right, who was it? It was Samantha. Yeah, okay. Millennial. Saying that the Gen Z folks think that it was a hoax.
Oh, I don't think it's a hoax.
But
I'm a
but
zillennial.
do some people think it's a hoax?
The moon landing? I've never heard that.
Okay.
But
anyway, so they're going back. But my point is, I'm wondering, why are we going back? So in this note here, so in this article, the goal is to develop a sustainable presence on and around the moon, to learn to live off the other worlds. That's the goal.
And
why we didn't continue doing that in 1972, I don't have the answer for you on that.
the company Intuitive Machines, I'm reading this article, they're not sending people up there. They're sending exploratory items, including art from Jeffrey Koons.
Really?
Yeah.
That seems well worth it.
So, I don't know, maybe we'll have not only an American flag.
All right, so that's
up on the
supposed to
moon,
happen. We're supposed to get the Houston-based company plans to place the Nova C spacecraft softly down on the moon surface at about 4:24 p.m. U.S. East Coast time. So I'm guessing Carol Masser, Tim Stenevec will have full coverage of that during the Bloomberg Business Week that is coming up. Balance of Power is coming up right now. We've got all those folks in Washington, D.C. Joe Matthews is going to helm that, and we get the latest from our good friends, hardworking friends, who I think are on vacation this week. Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. D.C.
Wall Street dives headfirst into AI, but Washington may have already missed the boat. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as NVIDIA soars to all-time highs today. And the effort to regulate artificial intelligence confounds Capitol Hill. We're going to look at a new bipartisan effort underway and discuss with Gregory Allen at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. The House Freedom Caucus may have just made a government shutdown more likely. We'll get up to date with Bloomberg politics reporter Mike Dorning. And as we head for this weekend's South Carolina primary, we're almost there. We'll cover it with our panel on the trail with Republican strategist Lester Munson at BGR Group and Democratic strategist Pat Dennis from American Bridge. It's all after a look at Wall Street, and we start there right now with Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Hey, thank you very much. You got the politics, I got the markets, Joe, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all pushing higher, all about NVIDIA, with NVIDIA shares surging now by 14.9%, up the most in just about 9 months. The chipmaker delivered another sales forecast that surprised a lot of people on Wall Street, coming in way better than expected and adding fresh momentum to a stock market rally that has already made NVIDIA the world's most valuable chip maker. So again, NVIDIA up 15% right now, S&P up 79, a gain of just about 1.6%. The S&P, by the way, could see a record close today right now at 5,061. The Dow pushing higher, up 241, up 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index at 15,943, up 362 points now. That is a gain of 2.3%. Cannot ignore the Russell 2000. It too moving higher today, up by about 0.7%. 10-year at 4.33%, with a 2-year today at 4.71%. So an update for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. But in addition to NVIDIA earnings, investors are also digesting yesterday's Fed minutes, in which policymakers worry about the risks of cutting rates too soon. Michael Dart is chief economist and macro strategist at Roth Capital Partners.
If the labor market is holding up, if so-called financial conditions are accommodative, then the Fed is not going to have a compelling reason to start cutting rates in any meaningful sense. And so I think it really is data dependency to an extreme for the Fed here now.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Again, the 10-year, 4.33%, the 2-year, 4.71%. Gold down $4.50 the ounce to 2021, down 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, 78.79 a barrel. Recapping, S&P higher by 80, up 1.6%. NVIDIA, the big story, up now by 15%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, we thank you as always. What a treat to see Charlie Pellet in the flesh as we come to you live from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. I'm Joe Matthew. Kaylee Lyons will join us for hour 2 from Washington, D.C. It's all about NVIDIA today, from Washington to Wall Street. You just heard Charlie's newscast here. We're talking about all-time highs after the earnings report last evening, as the markets dive headfirst into artificial intelligence with no looking back here, apparently. The question is Washington already looking at this in the rearview mirror as a missed opportunity? We've seen the administration take swings at AI. We've seen attempts by the legislature to tackle AI. Remember, they had everybody come on in, the big executives from Elon Musk to Mark Zuckerberg and so on. Yet there's no path here in a Congress that can't even figure out a way to fund the government. But I'll add this. News this week, a new swing at the ball. Bipartisan, as Speaker Mike Johnson and Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries announced together the creation of a 24-member bipartisan panel. This happened just 2 days ago, tasked with examining how Congress should respond to the rise of AI and its risks of misinformation, discrimination, copyright infringement, among other potential harms, some of which are already creeping into the campaign cycle, as we've talked about, the deep fakes that could absolutely impact the outcome of the election. And that's where we start today with Greg Allen. He's the director of the Wadhwani Center for AI and Advanced Technologies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, with a long career in this going back to the Pentagon and a unique sense of how the government is using AI right now. Greg, it's good to see you, and I appreciate your being with us. I'll get more specific with some questions about attempts to regulate this, but I guess broadly, the question is, has Washington already missed the opportunity?
No, I don't think that's the case. the United States government does not always jump quickly on every new topic, including every new regulatory topic.
That's for sure.
But I think there's been some genuine speed in this area, and that's true both on the congressional side and especially in the executive branch side. You know, the White House under the Biden administration passed an executive order on AI technology, and we're now, past the 90-day mark, and every single federal agency, met their deadlines for that 90-day period. And I think the House effort should be interpreted as the counterpart to what's going on in the Senate. And both of these are bipartisan initiatives, and both of them are aiming at coming up with comprehensive legislation sometime this year.
You sound optimistic, which is great to hear. For such a fast-moving technology and such a slow-moving apparatus as Congress, as I mentioned, we can't even figure out a funding mechanism right now, never mind helping our allies in Ukraine and Israel. What makes you think they can get this done?
Well, getting it done when, I think, would be the critical question in that regard. Something is almost certainly going to pass, and when that occurs and under what time frame is a little bit unclear. It could happen this year, although as we get closer to the election, passing big pieces of law gets more difficult. It's also possible that it could pass during the lame duck period in between the election and the inauguration of the next Congress and the next president. Some folks who will be retiring, might be a little bit more open to bipartisan legislation and passing stuff that might otherwise be politically difficult. So those are, passages that could take place in the congressional action. On the federal agency action, you're already seeing some movement on these areas. After a recent deepfake AI-generated voice of President Biden that was falsely, used during a robocall to discourage turnout in one of the recent presidential primaries, the Federal Communications Commission has already moved to ban the use of AI-generated voices in electoral robocalls. So some of this stuff can move pretty quickly on a piecemeal basis. But on a broad basis, going after all foundation models or the large sort of general purpose AI systems exemplified by products such as ChatGPT, of course, developing these regulations and developing them in the right way is going to take some time.
To what extent?
Go ahead.
To what extent are we actually using it already as a government, Greg? You were at the Pentagon to see firsthand in the very early stages of adopting AI, but I know it can go way beyond that. Let's start there, though, with our Defense Department.
Sure. Well, the Department of Defense's flagship AI adoption initiative originally was something called Project Maven, and that was using AI for computer vision capabilities, essentially recognizing what's actually taking place and what's present in images and video. Well, that got started all the way back in 2017 and actually has a great deal to show for its efforts. So those types of things in recognizing tanks in satellite images or recognizing, aircraft in drone images, that type of technology is relatively mature at this point for certain types of use cases. For the other types of AI systems, exemplified, as I said, by ChatGPT, the Department of Defense has a task force underway called Task Force Lima that is really studying sort of what are the best use cases for this in the near term and in the long term.
Task Force Lima. We had a conversation with Congressman Seth Moulton from his view on the Armed Services Committee. He wrote an op-ed that was chilling about the use of AI in weaponry by the United States and other countries. He was calling for an AI Geneva Convention, knowing that players like Russia are going to seize on this as soon as they can. Do you worry about this getting out of control in terms of an AI arms race?
Well, I think the Geneva Convention is actually kind of illustrative as the nature of the problem. The Geneva Convention defined the key principles underpinning international humanitarian law and the law of war. Stuff like proportionality in your response in the use of military force and ensuring that there is military necessity of attacking a target. Well, when you've got the Russian military intentionally bombing hospitals in Ukraine, intentionally bombing civilian infrastructure, they are a signatory to the Geneva Convention, and they're openly, willingly violating it in rather cavalier terms. So I think the idea that some kind of convention is going to stop their adoption of military AI and also to stop their unethical use of military AI, the prospects are pretty grim, to be frank. That said, I think there is opportunity among democratically aligned nations, those that share the same values. The United States government has shepherded an initiative around the use of autonomy in weapon systems and codifying sort of what is the code of conduct for what constitutes responsible use. Of course, it's possible to use military AI systems in a way that is unethical, but it's also possible to use your fists in a way that is unethical.
Fair enough.
And I think the question sort of then becomes, is there a way to actually codify what would constitute ethical behavior? And that's the type of work I was engaged in at the Department of Defense. And now there's more than 4 dozen countries who are signing up to the U.S. view on this topic.
Well, that's fascinating to hear and encouraging, to be honest, Greg Allen. The knock on this, by the way, is that any attempt to regulate this technology could set back the U.S. as a leader in AI. And this is what lawmakers frequently hear when they bring tech executives to Capitol Hill. And it makes you wonder if government is going to do this or if it ends up being a self-policing high-tech industry.
Well, I think the most advanced regulatory work in the United States is, of course, exemplified by the Biden administration's executive order. In the European Union, they just recently passed the European Union's AI Act, which is actually a much broader set of regulations that covers AI in a much more horizontal, cross-cutting fashion. So they still have to pass that version of that bill in all of the European Union's languages across all 27 countries. But that'll probably take place in April, and then various parts of this law will start entering into force over the next year, 2 years, 3 years.
You know, we cover political campaigns here day in and day out, Greg, and we're starting to see, you mentioned the Joe Biden ad, we're starting to see some of the examples of AI creep into at least that part of campaigning. Some are actually using AI as an organizing tool. But when it comes to deep fakes and trying to make a message out of things, I wonder if you see that becoming a greater problem between now and the November election.
Certainly. And in countries around the world that are having their elections or have already had their elections, such as, for example, Bangladesh, deepfakes have already played a reasonably large role in the electoral politics. Of course, if you can generate high-quality false audio or false video of the candidate in question doing something controversial or embarrassing or unethical, you can get that now through social media or through other channels in front of a lot of potential voters. And so I think what the U.S. government and what governments around the world are thinking through is what is actually available in the legal and regulatory toolbox to police this types of activity. You know, some types of speech are obviously protected. Other types are not in an elections context. And so they're trying to figure out what's available in the regulatory toolbox and what's actually likely to be effective.
I'm really glad you could come spend some time with us, Greg Allen, a voice of experience on artificial intelligence, and a conversation I hope you'll think about when you hear reports of NVIDIA soaring to all-time highs today. This is the conversation that we're having about this in Washington. He's the director of the Wadhwani Center for AI and Advanced Technologies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Greg, thank you. As we bring it to the campaign trail now, we're just a couple days out from the South Carolina primary. I wanted to talk to you, Laura Davison, who is on the ground in South Carolina preparing for what could be a very ugly experience for Nikki Haley in her home state. Laura, it's great to see you. All of the data, all the polling that we've seen so far would suggest that Nikki Haley could lose by anywhere from 20 to 30 points. What's it feel like on the ground?
You know, that really is the message and kind of what you're feeling. Obviously, this is Nikki Haley's home state. She served as governor here for 2 terms, and she is popular. She was very popular as governor and remains to be, but people still want Trump. And you see that reflected in the polling. That's not necessarily that they dislike Haley, but they just want Trump more. You know, Haley is really fighting here. She's on the airwaves. She's spending lots of money on advertising. She is crisscrossing the state, having a bunch of events. By contrast, you see Trump not even in the state today. He has an event later in Tennessee, which doesn't vote until Super Tuesday. So that really tells you how both candidates are feeling about their chances. Trump very confident, Nikki Haley fighting it out.
She's making news on in vitro fertilization following this ruling from Alabama's Supreme Court. The headline on our story says it all. Embryos to me are babies. Laura, she's talking about her own personal experience. Is this resonating locally?
Yeah, this has been interesting. She has been very nuanced on abortion, of kind of saying that she is personally pro-life, but doesn't want to judge others who are not, and also making it clear that some of these bans on the federal level just aren't likely. Here in saying that embryos are babies, she's taking a little bit more of a conservative tack. But she also was asked about that later last night and kind of seemed to walk that back and said, look, that she wants parents to be able to do what they can with, in vitro fertilization and the embryos that they create, much like she and her husband were able to do to conceive their children.
You mentioned her husband. Donald Trump's been calling him out. He's deployed in the military overseas. Has been calling him out for not being present in the campaign. That could cut both ways with the number of active military and veterans in South Carolina. Laura, are people talking about it?
Yeah, that's something that's gotten a lot of coverage, and you've seen Nikki Haley really get emotional on the campaign trail when asked about that. This is a very heavily military area. There's a lot of folks here, but also you see time and time again, no matter who Trump goes out for, people don't dig him. That's part of his brand. Whether he's going after people with mental disabilities or Gold Star families or deployed active military members, it doesn't really seem to rub off on him.
That's something. When are we going to find out? This is going to, I'm guessing, be an early call if we're talking about a 20-30 point spread here, Laura.
Yes, we saw early calls, both Iowa and New Hampshire. Polls close in South Carolina at 7 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday night, and I anticipate we'll be seeing results and perhaps a call very shortly after that.
Like it's 8:01 maybe, as we saw, to your point, in the two early states. Is turnout going to be part of this story?
Turnout will be part of the story, but it's not really the biggest part. There will be some potential, for things like next week we'll have Michigan, where you have again one of those more open primaries where Democrats or independents could vote. In South Carolina, it's really the cake is baked here, and that may be able to Nikki Haley able to make some of the deficit by having more supporters come out or have some Democrats who liked her as governor, but it won't change the game.
Wow. The cake is baked. When Laura Davison says that, it's real. Great to see you, Laura. Appreciate your reporting and joining us from South Carolina. We'll stay in touch with Laura as we approach primary day on Saturday, and we'll be able to distill the results for you, of course, on Monday. Laura makes a great point. As soon as we get back to it next week, we're talking about the Michigan primary. That's on Tuesday, and it's Joe Biden we're going to be watching this time with some of the issues that he's been having in the state. We'll talk about all of this with our panel coming up next on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
From the UK, and I'm the inventor of the gel razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the gel razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype, or manufacturing possibilities with investment, or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I did the all-in-one. The idea is you pressurize the handle, the gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision. That's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I wanted to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the gel razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
Is nothing,
yeah.
exactly. So.
Well, I'll text you later.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank
it
you,
works.
Charlie.
You got it.
Joining us from world headquarters in New York. What a treat. The voice of Bloomberg and the New York subway as we turn our attention to what's happening here on Capitol Hill. None of it good. Remember the countdown to the shutdown? Get your clocks ready. We're getting close. What are we? A week from tomorrow, right? It looks like it might actually happen. The shutdown, not avoiding it. As we hear from the House Freedom Caucus now, with a letter to the Speaker pushing a year-long CR. Remember how that works? It would trigger an automatic 1% across-the-board cut, the sequester, come April 30th if they did that. So that's not going to work. And if they're not going to vote for the alternative, we might be set for a shutdown here. Joining us to talk about that and other news in Washington is our friend Mike Dorning, Bloomberg's deputy congressional editor, longtime politics reporter in Washington. Mike, it's good to see you. It's feeling like a shutdown in a week, isn't it?
That's the way, reading the tea leaves, it looks like there might be at least a brief shutdown. But it is, I still think that you need to look at the leader's intent. And I think that Johnson has been trying to avoid a shutdown. Our reporters on the Hill who've been keeping up with congressional aides tell us that the senior congressional aides directly involved in the talks still don't know whether or not it will come down to a shutdown. Certainly the hardline House Freedom Caucus has been pushing for either you meet like a long list of conservative demands, or you go with this essentially continue short-term funding the whole year and thus trigger these cuts. The problem with those strategies is it would fragment the Republican Party because those would include significant cuts to military spending, and there is still a significant portion of the Republican Party that does not want to cut back on defense. So when you're fragmenting your team, you know, it might cave.
So you put your finger on it. This becomes a battle royale between the Freedom Caucus and the Hawks, right? They're not going to, the Armed Services Committee chair is not going to deal with a cut to defense spending right now when he's looking for an increase. Will it be as simple as that?
I think one of the things that we've seen is Speaker Johnson has ducked these hard decisions and kicked them down the road when he can. And I do think that there's a backup plan where even though he has said he doesn't want to do any more short-term funding, he might kick the can down the road a little longer and not come up against that deadline at the end of April to trigger the automatic cuts and take more time. So that's a possibility that we have to think about. Either, number one, all these things could come together in a big conflagration by the end of the week and we could be stuck in a big battle, but there is the kick the can down the road option, and that is sadly what Washington likes to do in general.
God knows we do. We'll have to pull out the music at some point next week. It's signed by Bob Good, Chip Roy, and their colleagues. I'm looking at the letter right now, Mike, and it ends with this line. If we are not going to secure significant policy changes or even keep spending below the caps adopted by bipartisan majorities less than 1 year ago, referring presumably to the debt ceiling deal, why would we proceed when we could instead pass a year-long funding resolution that would save Americans $100 billion in year one? They actually want the sequester. Mike, it's interesting. That was put in there as a deterrent. They think it's a benefit.
Well, it was put in there as a deterrent, but it was put in there by people like Chip Roy were behind that, and that was basically their backup plan. If they don't get what they want, at least they get this. So from their standpoint, this was initially their fallback position, and they want to hold the line at their fallback position and not give in from that.
How can Mike Johnson move on a CR if he's already vowed not to pass another CR? Doesn't that in itself lead us to a shutdown?
He has already vowed once not to have another CR, and he did have a CR, the CR being a short-term funding extension. I kind of think of it better to think of them as extensions for your homework than use the CR term. And he said, well, I need the extension for this reason last time. And it was a good reason. He'd just become speaker. He was fast upon this deadline. He needed to continue negotiations. He can again say, yeah, said I wasn't going to ask for another extension, but I have this reason why I want to ask for another extension. It's not necessarily what he wants to do, but it might be better from his standpoint than either shutting down the government, causing all this politically damaging disruption just as we're beginning the presidential campaign. And it might also be better than having to make the hard choice. Do you totally antagonize the hardliners who might then try to overthrow you, or do you give in to these drastic demands that are going to antagonize a lot of other people?
I haven't asked you about the border in a minute, but we do have news here, Mike Dorning, remembering that the border deal that had been negotiated and passed the Senate landed with a thud somewhere and never even got to the House floor. And there's news today that the president is going to answer the call now, again, by many Republicans and some Democrats, to act on his own executive order to help fix the situation at the border, tapping, in this case, the 212F authority to essentially foreclose asylum to border crossers between ports of entry once they hit certain thresholds. We just heard from Speaker Mike Johnson, since you and I started talking on this, who calls the possibility of the president's border action a gimmick. Quote, the president suddenly seems interested in trying to make a change using the legal authority he claimed until recently did not exist, unquote. This doesn't sound like we're getting closer to a bipartisan agreement on the border.
It does not sound like we're getting closer, but it also sounds like Biden is feeling the heat on the border. And he's seen that not only among these Republican supporters, but also in Democratic cities, people are growing concerned about the level of migration across the border. He might prefer this bipartisan deal, which also kind of gives him some political cover and probably gives him more tools because he has legislative authority. But if he can't get that, it looks like he's trying to see what he can do from executive actions to at least tamp down this problem, because this is going to be a problem for Biden if it's not addressed for the whole year while he's running for re-election.
Yeah.
So he may be in a bad situation, but politics is doing the best you can in a bad situation.
In the speaker's statement, he goes on to write, according to Politico, or the public will not forget, I should say, that the president created this catastrophe and until now, he says, has refused to use his executive power to fix it. If they're asking him to use his executive power, why criticize him when he does?
Well, I think their criticism is he's calling it a gimmick, so he's trying to characterize it as too little, too late. And you know, critics might argue that. Biden wants a deal which would allow him to do more, give him more authority, and it also signs Republicans to some extent onto this solution. Johnson and Trump do not want Republicans to give any cover whatsoever to Biden, even if that means delaying addressing the border until next year.
When are they back, Mike? Next Wednesday, right?
Yep. Next Wednesday, they'll come back from vacation, their 2-week President's Day vacation.
They'll have 3 whole legislative days to save us from the shutdown. I don't know about that. That might take a small miracle.
Yeah, and that also requires some folks in the Senate going along with what they do, because the Senate can always drag stuff out if it wants to, which is why there's a high risk of at least a brief shutdown.
Yeah.
But does Johnson really want a long, drawn-out shutdown? So far, he's suggested that by his actions that he really doesn't want to do that.
Well, as long as we have the calming tones of Mike Dorning, maybe we'll survive it. Although when you tell me that risk is high, we listen. Mike, it's good to see you. Joining us live from Washington, D.C., Mike Dorning, a longtime Bloomberg politics reporter. I'm Joe Matthew in New York. We're going to assemble the panel next. It's just breaking now as Mike Johnson blasts the Biden administration's attempt here to deal with the border through executive order. We'll talk to our panel about it after we bring you up to date on world and national news. For that, we turn to Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Cell phone customers have been having trouble reaching out and touching someone today.
There are reports of cascading cellular service outages among major telecommunications providers such as AT&T, Consumer Cellular, T-Mobile, U.S. Cellular, and Verizon.
That's what some customers are hearing today. AT&T is saying now that 3/4 of its mobile network has now been restored. The country's biggest cell phone provider is encouraging customers still without service to make calls on Wi-Fi. With the House turning away a Senate compromise measure on immigration, the Biden administration is considering unilateral executive action, including curbing asylum claims by migrants at the southern border. People familiar with the matter say the president is considering using Section 212 powers that were used by Donald Trump, even though they've been legally disputed. A recent Bloomberg Morning Consult poll found 6 in 10 swing state voters believe President Biden bears at least some of the responsibility for the surge in migrants. GOP presidential hopeful Nikki Haley is weighing in on Alabama's state Supreme Court ruling that frozen embryos are people. She spoke about her position on CNN's show King Charles.
What the question that I was asked is, do I believe an embryo is a baby? I do think that if you look in the definition, an embryo is considered an unborn baby.
The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists says the Alabama decision reflects a dangerous insertion of individual beliefs. Global News, 24 hours.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. All about AI, specifically NVIDIA today, with NVIDIA shares surging after earnings by 14.7% off session highs, but still enough to spark a rally in the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. With the S&P right now up 86 points, higher by 1.7%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 308 right now, up 0.8%. Could see records today. NASDAQ up 394, up now by 2.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index doing a little bit better, up by 2.6%. NVIDIA again surging now by 14.7%. 10-year 4.32%, with the 2-year right now 4.71%. Spot gold today lower by 0.1%. Little change right now at $2,023 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.7%, 78.86 a barrel. Fresh data this morning on America's economy, numbers on the labor and housing markets, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Weekly jobless claims fell to the lowest in a month, underscoring the labor market's wherewithal. Even with cuts at major U.S. firms, claims at 201,000 are close to a half-century low. Turning to the property market, home resales ran at the fastest pace in 6 months in January, thanks in part to a dip in mortgage rates. One more item to tell you about, S&P Global's U.S. Factory Index improved this month. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Chip stocks surging. NVIDIA, worth repeating, up 14.7%. Advanced Micro Devices up 11.2%. Broadcom up 5.5%. Marvell up now by 7.1%. Recapping, S&P up 85, up 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues. Once again, here's your host in New York, Joe Matthew.
Charlie, thank you, and thanks for being with us on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube as well. Join me and Charlie in the studio. Go to YouTube right now, search Bloomberg Global News, and find our live feed. Kaylee will join us in about 20 minutes from Washington. So it's nothing but a gimmick, says the Speaker of the House. A statement just out, according to Politico, from Mike Johnson with regard to President Biden mulling executive action on the border. Remembering, this is exactly what Republicans have said he should do, particularly after the border deal fell apart on Capitol Hill, past the Senate, DOA, and the House, and they said we don't need a bill. Remember, we don't need legislation if the president simply enforced the laws at the border and used his authority. Here we are, the Biden administration now considering, as I read on the terminal, unilateral executive action, including curbing asylum claims by migrants crossing the southern border. We're talking about use of Section 212F powers used by Donald Trump. A gimmick, says Mike Johnson in the statement. We will not forget the president created the catastrophe, until now has refused to use his executive power to fix it. Let's assemble the panel. Lester Munson is with us today from BGR Group, co-head of the international practice, Republican strategist, and always great to have Lester with us today. As we also introduce to the panel, Pat Dennis, Democratic strategist, president of American Bridge. It's great to have you both with us. Pat, are you scratching your head here? I thought this is what Joe Biden was supposed to do.
I mean, what do you expect from these folks, right? You know, somebody like Mike Johnson, imagine you come into work every day and your only goal for yourself is to try not to get fired like the last guy. So that's why you see these sort of like
some days I do have days like that, actually, Pat. Want to get personal?
Try not to think about it too much. I'm sure it's relatable, but, you know, maybe one of the few things relatable about Mike Johnson. But, I mean, really, that's the thing with trying to take these folks at their word. Like, ultimately, and Donald Trump has made this pretty clear, like, this isn't about solving problems for the American people. This is about one thing, and it's giving Donald Trump something to run on in the election, because he's looking at the same polls we're looking at, and, you know, he's in deep trouble on the issue of abortion. You know, he oversaw an economy that crashed, and now, you know, in the news hit that just came up, you see mortgage rates coming down, you see the stock market up, you see unemployment at record lows. He's desperate for something to run on. So they're trying to, you know, stop Joe Biden from solving any problems.
Bring me the other side of this, Lester, because the message we're getting from the Speaker's office is too little too late. How do you see it?
Well, the Speaker's actually got a point here. Joe Biden's polling numbers, there was a Monmouth poll that just came out in the last day or two. His worst score is on immigration issues. His second worst score is on foreign policy. The idea of combining those two big issues in one big legislative package, I can see the Speaker's reticence to act on some of these things. And I do think there's a lot of truth in the idea that the president can use the authorities Congress has given him, given that office over the years, to take a lot of action to really change things on the border. So the speaker's got a fair point there. Whether or not the Congress should be legislating more, I think is an open question, and there could be opportunities here to improve some things. The speaker does have a narrow margin, but at the end of the day, he's got a pretty good point. You know, Joe Biden can do a lot of stuff without needing a new law.
But here he is actually trying to do it, and it does seem to be this recurring scenario, Lester. Maybe you see it differently, where, you know, we're setting up the football for Charlie Brown here. They wanted a border deal compromise to pass money for Ukraine. There was an agreement. They said they didn't want it. They wanted executive action. Now they're seeing it. They're saying that it's a gimmick. So it can be a head scratcher a little bit here, no?
I think if you're looking for a single spokesperson for the Republican Party today, you're probably making a mistake. There's a lot of different voices and a lot of disagreement inside the party. It's both a bug and a feature today. And there's just a lot of discordant voices. There's no doubt. And for legislative strategy, that can be a real problem. Yeah. And I think, you know, the minority leader in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, recognized this first, probably earlier than the rest of us, that this was going to be a really difficult process. And that's just the nature of the party. They're all over the place.
Pat, we're looking at a shutdown starting a week from tomorrow. Is that how you see it?
Well, you hope not. I would quibble a little bit with the idea that there isn't a Republican spokesman. To me, the Republican spokesman, and you see this pretty much everywhere, is Donald Trump. He says jump, they say how high. And if Donald Trump sees it as advantageous to have a shutdown, you start seeing Republicans pushing in that direction. Now, I don't think that's good for the American people. I think it's ultimately like the result of a lot of bad faith negotiations. And really, I mean, not to give the Republicans too much advice, but the American people like it if they think you're looking out for them. You know, in some sense, at least trying to pass legislation, trying to keep the budget running, trying to keep the government open. And they tend to punish the party that pushes folks.
Where's your head on this right now, Lester? We saw the letter from the Freedom Caucus to the Speaker. They want a year-long, or I guess rest of year CR, that would trigger the sequester, the across-the-board cut 1% in April. If Donald Trump is trying to influence this, does he go Freedom Caucus, or does he help Mike Johnson here?
I think he's going to end up with Johnson. You know, the Freedom Caucus has been voting with Democrats on all of these procedural motions in the House. They've been voting with Democrats on rules and things like that. So they are, again, this goes to the point of who's the spokesperson for the party. It's not the Freedom Caucus. They're a very small minority within the larger group of the Republican conference. And so I suspect the president is going to end up, or the former president is going to end up with Speaker Johnson. And I note to Pat's point, maybe he is perhaps the leading spokesperson for the party, the president. The speaker did go down to Florida to meet with him in the last few days, get his picture taken with him. No doubt they were discussing exactly these issues.
Yeah, that picture brought back some memories, Pat, of a guy named Kevin McCarthy when he went to Mar-a-Lago shortly after January 6th. Is this story going to end the same way with Mike Johnson being fired?
I mean, it could. I think the important thing to keep in mind here is when you're making these trips down to Mar-a-Lago and you're having these meetings, the thing that Donald Trump is trying to get out of it has very little to do with what's good for Mike Johnson or for anybody else, anybody who's not named Donald Trump. So that's the ultimate goal here. You know, whatever Trump sees as useful for his campaign, and he's running 2 campaigns, maybe 3 campaigns right now, one against Nikki Haley, one against the president, and then potentially a third one against the entire justice system of the United States. So, you know, his incentives don't necessarily line up with the rest of the party.
Well, it certainly means he's a really busy guy during a campaign cycle. Pat, it's great to have you. Pat Dennis, Lester Munster are going to stay with us, our panel, and we will turn to the campaign trail next. As I promised, we've got a lot to talk about here. Not only South Carolina this coming weekend, but we're hearing from Ron DeSantis now. Isn't this interesting? In a private call, I would not put him on the VP shortlist anytime soon. Kaylee Lyons will join us in about 10 minutes from Washington, as we also look forward to our conversation with Mohammed Yunus, the editor-in-chief at Gallup, will be with us in studio. We've got a lot to cover still, so stay right here on Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. NVIDIA shares up 14.8% as the stock rally powers ahead, with NVIDIA's bullish outlook rekindling the artificial intelligence mania. David Kirkpatrick is the founder of Technonomy Media, and he says the NVIDIA story reminds him of the early days of Facebook, now known as Meta Platforms.
In a way that's not dissimilar from how Facebook was at the center of the change in global communications as the dominant company in social media, NVIDIA is now increasingly at the center of global, not just communications, but analysis and systems management and computation generally as the central company in the AI revolution in terms of at least dollars. I mean, OpenAI's out there doing the stuff, but these are the guys making the money.
Kirkpatrick, by the way, wrote the book about the history of Facebook called The Facebook Effect. You can hear more of the conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. And not just NVIDIA. NVIDIA, again, as we mentioned, surging by just about 15%, but rivals, including Advanced Micro Devices, up 11.1%, Broadcom up 5.8%, and Marvell Technologies up by 7.3%. Heading in the other direction, Rivian Automotive. It is lower after the EV maker issued a disappointing production forecast and announced another round of job cuts. Today, we've got Rivian down by 25.2%. Rival Lucid also plunging. Lucid down 18.1%. Tesla, meanwhile, higher by 0.7%. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
2 days to the next big stop in the road on the campaign trail. That, of course, would be South Carolina. And boy, if the polls are anywhere near reality, it's going to be a very difficult Saturday evening for Nikki Haley in her home state, set to lose South Carolina by somewhere between 20 and 30 points. And a lot of questions about what happens after that if she's determined to stay through Super Tuesday, and that is what Nikki Haley says. It just could feel a lot different following such a demoralizing loss as we reassembled our panel with a couple of storylines to follow on the campaign trail. Lester Munson is with us, Republican strategist, BGR Group, joined today by Democratic analyst Pat Dennis, president of American Bridge. Good to have you both with us. Lester, this is a done deal in South Carolina, right? Is there any opportunity for Nikki Haley to pull off a surprise?
Joe, I think the bar is set pretty low for her on expectations, where it looks like she may lose, as you noted, by 20 to 30 points. If she does better than that, if she only loses by, let's say, 15 or 12, that'll look like a victory for her. So in a way, this expectations game might be helping her campaign at this moment.
You mentioned earlier, Pat, that Donald Trump was waging campaigns on a number of levels. I think you said 3. One of them was Nikki Haley. The others included the legal system and Joe Biden. Will that narrow to 2 this weekend?
Potentially. And I think what you see, the big flaw with Nikki Haley here is she did what all of her other rivals in the primary did, which is they went and they ran on a platform of, hey, Donald Trump's a pretty good guy. He's like, I went and worked for him. I think he was a good president, which, you know, there are a lot of ways to run against somebody, but I would argue that is not a very effective way to do it. And what they did is they normalized him and his terrible behavior, and they gave it their stamp of approval. And now you see her in a position like this, where the voters are like, yeah, I think all the terrible behavior he does is fine. And, you know, I don't think there's anybody more to blame for that than Nikki Haley and the rest of those roles.
We were talking Veep stakes yesterday, Lester, after the town hall on Fox. Donald Trump floated a few names. He was playing along with Laura Ingraham on this. One of the names was Ron DeSantis. And I'm not sure anybody thought that might happen. And boy, we really don't today. As NBC News reports, a private phone call, Ron DeSantis talking to supporters shared, among other concerns, that he does not want Trump to play identity politics when picking a VP. He appeared to blame Donald Trump's attacks on him on Susie Wiles and made clear he doesn't want the job. So a tweet from that reporter was retweeted by Donald Trump's senior advisor, Chris LaCivita. Check this out. He writes simply, chicken fingers and pudding cups is what you will be remembered for, you sad little man. So I guess Ron's not going to get the job, Lester.
Well, you never know. All of the junior high-level hijinks aside, from campaign consultants and the like, I suspect Mr. Trump, if he is in fact the nominee, it's certainly not a done deal yet, but if he is in fact the nominee, he's going to pick the person that he thinks is going to help him win the contest. And if he thinks it's Ron DeSantis, by the way, one of them would have to move out of Florida,
That's true.
as I understand it, to meet the constitutional requirements. Then he will pick Ron DeSantis. Heck, he might pick Nikki Haley. So I think Mr. LaCivita, who is a pretty good, bare knuckle fighter on these kinds of things, might actually be wrong.
Wow. I've got less than a minute for you here, Pat. We'll have more time next hour. Is this all gold for Joe Biden?
I mean, I might disagree a little bit with the idea that Donald Trump's going to do what's best for him to win the election. I think his number one thing he wants out of a VP, and this is what he didn't get out of Mike Pence, is unyielding loyalty, especially when you ask them to do things that are illegal. I think that is the thing that he is going to be going for, and I think he's lost the sense that Ron DeSantis would do that for him anymore. So I think he'll be looking elsewhere.
We're down one in the Veep Stakes. Great conversation with Pat Dennis and Lester Munson. As I mentioned, they'll be back with us for more next hour as we add Kaylee Lyons to the conversation, along with our TV audience, as Hour 2 of Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Republicans prepare to vote in South Carolina, but Joe Biden is busy sweating Michigan. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, with two critical primaries ahead of the next several days, followed by a possible government shutdown. I'm Joe Matthew at Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York, joined now by Kaylee Lyons at Bloomberg in Washington. We've got a couple things to track here, Kaylee, with some actual voting to help us get a sense of what's going on this weekend.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And what the path forward, if there really is one for Nikki Haley, will look like after Saturday. Going to be a critical question as we consider the Republican primary race. But you mentioned Michigan, Joe. Of course, there's really only one candidate really in the game in the Democratic primary. But the question is going to be whether uncommitted can actually get a certain number or a significant number of votes because of the Muslim base in Michigan that is not happy with the way that this president has dealt with the issue of Israel and Gaza.
Well, that's right. You put it perfectly. Rashida Tlaib, the congresswoman from that state, is urging her supporters to vote in that fashion, which is pretty wild considering that she's a Democrat. But it kind of brings us back to New Hampshire, Kaylee. Remember, Joe Biden wasn't on the ballot, and it was just a question of how ugly it might look in the end. There was no doubt that he was going to win, and it comes down to margins, right?
Absolutely. And we saw that the write-in campaign for the president actually was the one that came out on top, handily beating other contenders like Dean Phillips. But we know that the president has a few political problems he is grappling with, one of them being the border. And coming up, we're going to talk with our very own Jordan Fabian, who covers the White House for Bloomberg, about the executive action the president may take. And it could look very similar to Trump administration type policies.
The speaker's already calling it a gimmick here, Kaylee. I look forward to hearing from Jordan. We're going to share time with Mohammed Yunus at Gallup as well, as we're just getting started today on Balance of Power. And we start, as ever, with a look at Wall Street and the help of Charlie Pellet here in New York. Hey,
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Do want to begin, though, with a major development involving that phone outage. Now, the FBI and Department of Homeland Security, among other U.S. government bodies, are said to be investigating whether the AT&T network outages are the result of a cyber attack, a hack, or some sort of technical malfunction. This according to ABC News, which cites 2 people briefed on the situation. Stocks ripping higher today. We've got NVIDIA shares now up by 14.8%. Its bullish outlook is rekindling the AI mania. And also this morning we had data showing that the U.S. economy is still going strong. Right now we've got the S&P best level of the day. Could see a record close at higher now by 91 points at 5,073. Up right now by 1.8%. The Dow up 327 points, up 0.8%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index is now higher by 417 points, up by 2.7%. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio and Television to see how things shake out at the close. 10-year yield right now, we've got the 10-year yielding 4.35%, with the 2-year 4.71%. Spot gold right now is declining by 0.2%, 2022 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude 1.2% right now higher at 78.87 a barrel. Bottom line here, we've got NVIDIA pushing higher. NVIDIA surging by 14.8%. Among some of the other chip stocks, some of its peers, they're also rallying today. We've got shares of Advanced Micro Devices up 11.2%, Broadcom up 6.4%, Marvell Technologies up 7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues, and once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie, thank you. Welcome to Bloomberg Radio and TV here on Balance of Power. It is the Thursday edition. I'm Joe Matthew in New York. Kaylee Lyons with me in Washington, D.C., where Kaylee, Joe Biden has got to be feeling damned if he does, damned if he doesn't when it comes to the border. We're talking about unilateral executive action, which is exactly what Republicans were calling for following the meltdown of the border deal on the Hill. And apparently the speaker doesn't like it. He's calling it a gimmick.
An election year gimmick specifically, considering that, yes, this is a big problem for an incumbent president in an election year, knowing he has to deal with the border issue if he wants to potentially improve his approval on that front. And what were we hearing from congressional Republicans when they were shooting down the deal that Senate negotiators had struck with the White House? It was the idea that the president already had this authority. He had the authority to make changes at the border. He just wasn't using it. And I guess the question is he going to be using it now? To help us answer this, Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian is here with me in our Washington, D.C. studios. He, of course, covers the White House for us. So Bloomberg is reporting we're looking at the Section 212 F powers that were used by former President Trump and now may be used by his Democratic successor. What exactly are these things? What is the president looking to do here?
The administration is looking at a few things, trying to make it harder for migrants to claim asylum at the border and trying to sort of stop the flow if crossings get to a certain level. And as you mentioned, it would be quite controversial because those are the same powers the administration is looking at that Donald Trump used to invoke the ban on travelers from mostly majority Muslim countries. And you know, it's a difficult balance for Biden. On the one hand, he's certainly moved to the right since 2021 when he promised to take down Donald Trump's immigration agenda because of the situation this year and how politically toxic it is for him. At the same time, he has a lot of voters in his base, Latino voters, progressives, who don't want to see him make moves like this. So he has to balance those priorities here going forward. I should mention that it's not a certainty he does take this executive action. Right now, it's something that's just being considered within the administration.
That's important to note because it's already getting reaction out of the Speaker of the House. And I wonder what you make of the pushback here, Jordan. Conservatives have been asking Joe Biden to use executive action to deal with the border here. The Speaker's calling it an election year gimmick, as we just said. Is there something further? Is there, they want Title 42 back in place? What would make Capitol Hill Republicans happy here?
It's an impossible question to answer, Joe. I mean, their stance on this has been totally bizarre. The goalposts keep moving up and down the field. To summarize Speaker Johnson's position, you can't have legislation because the president can do executive action, and you also can't have executive action because that's an election year gimmick, which, by the way, proves that Joe Biden can't be trusted to negotiate legislation. I mean, it's like talking in circles here. So you can see why the White House is so frustrated with him, because their position is constantly changing. And to your question of what they want, I don't think they know what they want either. They might not want anything. They might want the current situation to remain status quo and use the chaos at the border as a political weapon against Joe Biden and Democrats.
Well, but to your point about the messaging we've gotten from Republicans in the House, to go back to this idea that they have maintained that the president has this authority and he wasn't using it. If Biden then decides to exercise that authority, isn't he proving their point and could face blowback for just doing so too late?
He certainly could. I mean, you can look at it that way. I think you can look at it the other way, which is that he's exhausted all the options, and this is what he has to do. And look, I mean, both sides, I think, have changed their position on this. It should be mentioned that House Republicans, one of the first thing they did was pass H.R. 2, which was this extremely hardline border bill. And so that would suggest that they also believed that legislation was necessary to fix the problem at the border. And look, I've covered immigration for a long time. A lot of presidents, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, have taken executive action. What's been proven is always on stronger legal ground to do legislation, because these executive actions get tied up in lawsuits and a lot of them get struck down. So that's, I think, the point that the president was trying to make, that he needs Congress's authority to make these changes permanent and make them real.
There we have it from Jordan Fabian. Good to see you, Jordan, reporting from the White House for Bloomberg every day in Washington. I'm Joe Matthew in New York. Kaylee is, of course, in Washington with Jordan. And Mohammed Yunus, I'm looking forward to this conversation always. We learn something from Mohammed, the editor-in-chief at Gallup. Kaylee, because we're talking about a number of different angles on Joe Biden right now. It's not just the border, it's also Israel as he heads for the primary in Michigan next week. Add the economy, and we're still looking at underwater approval ratings as actual voters hit the polls.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. There is a number of issues, arguably, that are working against the incumbent president, not even to speak of his age, which is something, Joe, that frankly he cannot change. He is an octogenarian, and that is just fact. And the vast majority of voters in consistent polling we are seeing think he is too old to serve another term as president. Granted, there are a number of individuals who also think that former President Trump, the likely Republican nominee, is too old. But that's not something you can fix with policy. It is what it is.
That's right. As opposed to the economy, where you can have a policy, and this president likes to call it Bidenomics, as he's adopted that moniker put forth by the Wall Street Journal. And some folks don't think that's a good thing. Kaylee, the consistent disconnect between the economy and approval ratings and what people think of Joe Biden's handling of the economy has just been an unavoidable story for us here at Bloomberg, and it's likely to carry through the campaign.
Absolutely. And so let's carry on the conversation now. Joining me in studio here in Washington is Mohammed Yunus, who is the editor-in-chief of Gallup. Mohammed, great to see you as always. Joe and I were both really taken aback to some extent in both Iowa and New Hampshire, these early Republican primary contests where we were on the ground, finding out that maybe it wasn't the economy, stupid, as much as it was immigration, as voters were going to make their selection in the polls. Have we seen the economy now actually trumped in terms of an issue? What does Gallup's polling suggest?
Well, historically, and we've had this conversation before, the economy has been kind of the most potent topic. But it's interesting that you mentioned immigration, because in the next coming days, what we're going to be doing is releasing our most important problem question that we ask every month. And right now, immigration is the open-ended answer of the most important problem facing America by 28% of Americans. And that is a very significant increase just coming up in the last several months. So as the situation at the border gets more critical, I think this topic is going to absolutely be coming up time and again. The other point on immigration that's interesting is when we ask people, why do you disapprove of President Biden? One of the most important and frequently mentioned subjects is, in fact, immigration, second to which only is how he's managing the economy. So both the economy and immigration, I think, are going to be really critical for Americans. They have been in the past, less immigration, but I think what's happening right now is pretty consistent. And also, other data points show that more Americans, beyond just folks who are traditionally concerned about immigration, are growing more concerned about the situation right now. Another data point we'll be releasing soon is that right now, a majority of Americans, I believe it's 55% of those that are dissatisfied with the state of immigration in the country, want to see less people coming into the country. And that's also a relative high when you look at the past, several years to a decade. So immigration is absolutely perking up as a more potent subject for people as they think about this election.
Well, for voters who are going to be making their decisions based on the economy, Mohammed, it's not looking good for Joe Biden. As you wrote recently, political economic indicators not promising for the president. Sub 50% presidential job ratings have usually resulted in electoral defeat. So what are we talking about here?
President Biden right now, looking at historical metrics, and my colleague Jeff Jones did a great run-up of all of the really important 5 to 6 metrics that we've looked at with previous presidents at similar moments in their presidency seeking re-election. He's behind almost every single one of them on every single metric. With the exception of President Carter on some of them, he definitely is behind. And I think that's a really important thing to realize and keep in the forefront of our minds as we look to November. However, we're also seeing now the third month of continued improvement in Americans' economic confidence in the situation with the economy here at home. So our economic confidence index asks Americans to think about the economy right now and where they think it's going, essentially. And this will be the third month where we've seen an improvement. So that's moving in the right direction. But a lot of these other traditional historic metrics are not promising for President Biden. His 3-year average at 39.8% has him behind everybody but Carter at this point in their presidency. And that number now we're going to release later this afternoon will be 38, which is our new number that actually isn't published yet. But when we come out with that, that means that he's now almost 2 points below his own 3-year average at this point in the campaign.
So it raises the question of what he is going to be able to campaign on or to try to do to improve his image. What issues can work in his favor? And I want to ask you about abortion specifically because we know that has resulted in a very high voter turnout in Democratic victories in the midterms and in some other special elections across a number of states. And of course, we've seen just within the last week in Alabama, the Supreme Court there ruling that an embryo is a child, a life that must be protected, calling into question IVF treatments, fertility treatments that even conservatives have been very public about supporting broadly. This kind of fertility treatment is supportive. How do you think that may serve as a catalyst come this November, when we're even further out from the overturning of Roe versus Wade, and yet you're still feeling the effects with new developments like this one?
It's interesting that this is a topic now that will be implicated into the public conscience really through local decision making, right? Because that's where a lot of these things happen, as a situation you just mentioned. Overall, what we found in our decades-old trends, after the Dobbs decision, America has increasingly become slightly, not dramatically, but more identifying more as pro-choice. And those who are experiencing dissatisfaction with the state of abortion laws want to see less, not more restrictive laws in the country. Roe v. Wade was an interesting case in that over 6 in 10 Americans didn't want to see it overturned. So it was by nature a uniquely unpopular decision. What's interesting is that since then, what we've seen is a slight cooling of those temperaments. So for example, people identifying as pro-choice, it was 55%. Last year, it's down to 52% this year. So it's that cooling you see consistently across those metrics. The other thing that's important to keep in mind is that people who identify as pro-life are also on the uptick now. So we're kind of in a recalibration moment in terms of public opinion reacting to the Roe v. Wade overthrow. But again, the more that these state decisions bring this topic back into focus, the more the significant, now 28% of Americans that say that the candidate they vote for has to share their views, and that's increased notably since Roe v. Wade. Those voters are going to be mobilized by that national focus, and it's going to show in their vote.
Pretty incredible to think about it, but the State of the Union address is 2 weeks from tonight. Mohammed, in our remaining moment here, based on your metrics, when the president says the State of the Union is strong, will a majority of Americans not believe him?
Well, most Americans have been dissatisfied with the state of affairs in the United States now for quite a long time, for years, and that predates President Biden. So I think that's going to be a hard sell just for the average public. What's really going to be interesting politically is how many of the folks that consider themselves to be independents will be drawn by his argument, and to what degree outcome or really turnout is going to determine how this election ultimately goes, as with all elections. But most Americans are pretty negative on the state of national politics and national policy on many fronts: immigration, abortion. I mean, it breaks on each side. But I don't think just one speech is going to get that done.
We're always smarter for some time with Mohammed Yunus. Great to see you, Mohammed. Thanks for coming by our Washington Bureau. As always, the editor-in-chief at Gallup. I'm Joe Matthew in New York, Kaylee Lyons in D.C. We assemble our panel next for their take on what we're talking about here. Lester Munson and Pat Dennis are on the way in. This is Bloomberg.
Bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
Well, I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
And I'm the inventor of the Gel Razor. And today I'm looking for an angel investor to fund my project, the Gel Razor, whether that's a working concept and working prototype, or manufacturing possibilities with investment, or to get me a licensing deal secured. If you go in any supermarket today, you will see packets of razors sold separately with tins of mousse or gel. Hence I developed the all-in-one. The idea is you pressurize the handle. The gel flows through the reservoir up to the head of the razor, coating the blades, ready for shave. My target market is 18 plus, male or female, male blue version, female pink version. What I'm looking for in an investor is someone who's passionate, determined, shares my vision. That's an important step for me, and willing to succeed as I wanted to succeed myself. Patented in the UK in 2021 September. With copyright protection, I have a logo for the Gel Razor, which you will see on my LinkedIn profile. Currently working with a company in the US who have done me a lovely sell sheet. Big up to them guys. So if you're interested, contact me on LinkedIn profile, Paul J. Gwilt, GWILT, or email me at mufc219@gmail.com.
0.3% on the S&P. Dow Jones Industrial Average up now by 341 points, up 0.9%. NASDAQ doing even better. It is by far the outperformer today. The composite index right now up 414 points. That is a gain of 2.7%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up 0.7. 10-year yield 4.33% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.71%. On a day when stocks are pushing higher, Rivian Automotive shares are plunging 25.8%. after the EV maker issued a disappointing production forecast and announced another round of job cuts. Lucid shares, they are down 17.8%, but Tesla, among other EV makers, up today by 1.2%. Again, recapping, NVIDIA up 14.4%, S&P up 92, up 1.8%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, as always. Welcome back to Balance of Power on both Bloomberg Television and radio, where we always have our eyes on the polls on this program as we get closer and closer to not just the upcoming primary contest in South Carolina, but ultimately what's looking likely to be a general election matchup between Trump and Biden come November. And yet, Joe, we also have to consider who else might be on the ballot come November, because a new Quinnipiac poll that came out yesterday showed if it's Biden-Trump, Biden wins 49-45. When you add third parties into the mix, guess who gets 15%?
This is fascinating to me. RFK Jr. Kaylee, we've been hearing Democrats, and many of them on this program, gnash teeth, wring hands over the idea of a no-labels candidate, and we could still get one, presumably, after Super Tuesday, but much less chatter about this man at 15%. I don't know if you're reading into these polls to the extent that we should be here on a national poll this early on, but that's a real number, Kaylee, and it would put him on stage, I believe, in a general election debate, which is something to consider at this point. That's where we want to start with our panel. Lester Munson is with us, Republican strategist, BGR Group, alongside Pat Dennis, Democratic strategist. He's the president of American Bridge. Pat, of all the things that keep you up at night, is it no labels or RFK Jr. that could provide the real nightmare?
It's absolutely both of them. To be clear, lots of things keep me up at night, but they both come back down to this fundamental Trump math problem, which is he can't win unless he's able to divide the anti-Trump coalition. And, you know, at American Bridge, we've been digging through RFK's financial filings, and it's no surprise that one of the biggest donors to Donald Trump is also the biggest donor to RFK's super PAC. So it is a real worry for us. It's something we're taking extremely seriously, but sort of the nice thing about RFK is voters who don't know anything about him tend to be the ones who support him. The second they learn anything about his positions, his personality, the things he's done, they flee the RFK train pretty quickly. So that's really what we're focused on, is making sure people are aware of his extreme positions.
Well, Lester, it raises the question if people are just polling and saying, okay, yeah, I vote for that guy because he's just the alternative that's there on the piece of paper or on the list of options that isn't Trump or Biden.
Yeah, I have to say I find Mr. Kennedy to be a little strange and some of his positions to be a little bit out there. And I think his success is largely due to the fact that the incumbent is so weak and people are looking for alternatives. Mr. Kennedy, I think, age 72, seems to have some youthful vigor compared to the other candidates. Maybe that's a big factor here.
Well, he's out there doing push-ups in the street for, social media videos. Pat, is that what's in store for Joe Biden here? More topless days on the beach? How does he deal with the age issue?
I mean, the real contrast to make here is whether or not you're a serious politician or not. And with RFK, we've seen his absolutely disgusting positions on vaccines really spreading dangerous misinformation that the vast majority of the country absolutely rejects. And then, it's just a grab bag of positions across the board that people sort of loathe. So, yeah, he wants this to be a campaign about, Instagram posts or whatever, but ultimately he has to run against an actual president who's solving problems for people.
Well, let's talk about the actual president, because we were just having a conversation in our prior segment about what he could do when it comes to the border, Pat. He's talking about, or at least the administration is considering, executive action that would bring about similar policies, if not the same, as what we saw in the Trump administration. And this is a Democratic president who came into office singing a very different tune on immigration and the border issue than he is singing now. Is this just political reality for him, and how's it going to go down with his party?
Well, I think the important thing to know here is that the problem with the Muslim ban wasn't which section of law he used. The problem was it was an unconstitutional, racist, xenophobic policy that was completely illegal and disgusting and immoral. Now, actually using the laws of the United States, as he's been forced to do by having an intransigent Republican Party who refuses to sign legislation, the American people support using the laws that are on the books in a way that is ethical and responsible, and all the things, bipartisan that Joe Biden has shown he's so good at over the years.
I want to ask you both about what's going on in Michigan. This is going to be interesting as we all obsess over South Carolina, and it appears to be a predetermined outcome here in favor of Donald Trump. Joe Biden's kind of worried about what goes on in Michigan. He's dispatched high-level officials from the administration to go to that state to talk to Arab leaders, Arab American voters who helped to deliver a win in Michigan for Joe Biden in 2020. Rashida Tlaib is now behind this uncommitted vote next week, encouraging Democrats to not vote for the incumbent here. Pat, how much of a problem does he have in Michigan? What's this going to look like on Tuesday?
Well, the Democratic Party, we're a big, happy family, and if that's anything like my family, sometimes you throw a plate of food across the table at Thanksgiving, but, everybody comes back to play poker afterwards, at least if you're in my family. So
sounds like a fun family.
Donald Trump is just, oh yeah, absolutely. Donald Trump is just too dangerous. We will come together in November to defeat him. And look, Joe Biden's doing the right thing. You need to take states like Michigan seriously. At American Bridge, this sort of the core of our program is focused on states like Michigan, also Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, because they're really going to decide the election.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it makes me wonder, Lester, also, as we talk about voters who may be more reluctant to vote for Biden, does that make them more likely to vote for Trump? Is that really the point-to-point thing we should be drawing, or is it just that this is going to be a turnout problem at the end of the day?
So far it looks a lot like a turnout election. We're only in February, though, and no one's voting in the general election in February. There's primaries going on. As much as the Democrats tried to avoid having one at all, they're having to go through that process also. I presume at some point here in the summer, once we pivot to the conventions and the actual general election, that these candidates, Mr. Biden and presumably Mr. Trump, although maybe Ambassador Haley, will make a case to those independent swing voters. I sure would like to see that. The conundrum for the president in Michigan is very telling. His foreign policy is not what he's talking about to a lot of audiences in the United States. He is basically supporting the Israeli government in their actions in Gaza, which, by the way, I think is the right thing to do. That's not what he's saying back home. He's trying to kind of have his cake and eat it too here. I think people are seeing through that, and they're a little skeptical about what they're hearing.
Pat, I'm curious what you think about the primary itself. I know you see Democrats winning Michigan, although it was only by 155,000 votes in 2020, with the vast majority of the state's 200,000 Muslim voters going for Biden. But is there a margin he needs to worry about if that uncommitted vote reaches a certain level? Does that send a message that makes his life more difficult next week?
Well, at American Bridge, we think about Michigan pretty much every day. Primaries are primaries. It's extremely important that we win this in November. And what Joe Biden is doing, sending people, focusing on the state, focusing on jobs in the auto industry, focusing on infrastructure, this is all the stuff that's going to win it for him. Now, this is a primary. We're in February. I keep reminding people we're very early in the campaign, but ultimately, you need to run the campaign and you need to come in strong.
Well, it's early, and at this early stage, we do see that the president has a very large war chest. Once the January figures came in, Lester, we learned he had raised $42 million. He was now sitting on a pile of about $130 million, whereas for the Trump campaign, they spent more than they raised, and we saw millions of dollars going out the door once again to pay for legal fees. As we talk about how it's going to require real investment in states, swing states like Michigan, how much at the end of the day is this going to come to who has the most money in the bank?
It's going to be a big factor, and I think there's no doubt the Democrats are going to be in a much more advantageous position when it comes to raising massive amounts of campaign funds. And the Trump campaign, let's face it, has a problem with legal fees, and a lot of that, the money that's being raised, is going straight into his legal fees, which makes the case for Nikki Haley so much better. She doesn't have to worry about that. She can spend money on actually trying to persuade voters. So that kind of gets you pretty quickly to who's going to win the free advertising battle. Who can go get free media? Former President Trump, is, if indeed he's the nominee, has demonstrated he can do that pretty well, whether he's sitting in a courtroom or doing a press conference right outside the courtroom. And the president, for some reason, is not taking advantage of free media opportunities. He skipped his opportunity to do an interview at the Super Bowl. He hasn't been out there very much, and when he does get out there, it doesn't go super well for him. So I think he needs to address that issue if he's going to be as competitive as he can be in the general election.
All right, Lester Munson of BGR Group and Pat Dennis of American Bridge, thank you so much for joining us today. Our political panel, wonderful as always, on everything that's happening here in Washington and beyond. Speaking of that, we do got to get a check on world and national news now. Nancy Lyons has that for us here in our Washington 99.1 Newsroom studios. Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Kaylee. Israel is determined to push ahead with a goal to move 1 million or more civilians from Rafah before an attack on the Hamas-held city in Gaza, even though officials acknowledge in private they have no precise strategy for how to do it and where the people would go. Benny Gantz, a member of Israel's war cabinet, says efforts are continuing to free hostages ahead of any incursion. Gantz did warn, though, that Israel would move into Rafah during Ramadan next month if a hostage agreement cannot be reached. Fertility clinics across the country are grappling with the practical applications of an Alabama State Supreme Court ruling that embryos are people. Legal and health experts say they expect the decision to reignite the debate over how to define personhood. The decision was handed down in 2 wrongful death lawsuits filed by 3 sets of parents whose frozen embryos were accidentally destroyed while being stored at a fertility clinic. Yasmin York is trying to have a child with the help of in vitro fertilization and disagrees with the state court ruling.
These are not living children. If they were, things would be a lot different in my world and all of these other women's world. We want living children. That's our goal.
Some say other states could seek to impose similar standards. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
Okay, today I'm going to talk about how to succeed with a startup. Obviously, more than can be said here in 20 minutes, but I will do the best I can. The most important thing, the number one lesson we try to teach startups is that the degree to which you're successful approximates the degree to which you build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it. Startups always ask us for the secret to success. They always want to believe it's something other than this, because this is really hard to do. But this is it. If you can build a product that is so good, people spontaneously tell their friends about it, you have done 80% of the work that you need to be a really successful startup. If you think about the most successful companies you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, you probably found out about them because a friend of yours said, you got to try this, it's great. So this is the bar. Something that people love so much they tell their friends about it. One important indicator for a product like that is a product that's simple to explain and easy to understand. If you can't explain in a few words what you do, and if at least some people don't say, oh, that's pretty interesting, that's usually a mistake. It's usually a sign of unclear thinking or a need that is not big enough.
Thanks for keeping us honest. As always, we'll get back to Charlie a little bit later this hour for an update on trading. I'm Joe Matthew at World's headquarters in New York alongside Charlie Pellet, matter of fact. Kaylee Lyons is in Washington. And Kaylee, I wonder, would you rather be called a dictator or a crazy SOB? I feel like crazy SOB has kind of more of a ring to it, but how about you?
Well, it maybe has more pizzazz. A dictator is just kind of a title more so than a descriptor, or maybe it's both. But of course, we're referring to President Biden, who called Chinese President Xi Jinping a dictator at a campaign event, and now at another campaign event has called Vladimir Putin a crazy SOB.
These fundraisers are where all the good stuff happens. You know, like this. He's not at a podium. He's presumably talking to people behind closed doors, but. There's always a leak, Kaylee. There's always a cell phone. There's no video this time. But that is, in fact, what he called Vladimir Putin a day before addressing the sanctions thing. We're going to get an actual proposal tomorrow, apparently.
That's what the administration has said, that by Friday, we will have more major sanctions announced against Russia in response to the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny in Russia in an Arctic prison last week. The question we all have, though, Joe, is we thought the U.S. had already done everything they could do in terms of sanctions. That is what they had led us to believe. So what more is it that they're going to announce? That's question one. Question two is, will they work? Will they have the desired effect when, to this point, sanctions have not stopped the war in Ukraine or seemingly changed Vladimir Putin's behavior at all?
Well, far from. He's making a lot of money on oil still, and that wasn't supposed to happen. Remember the huge controversy over cutting them off the banking system and some of the other decisions that the administration made in the outset of the war in Ukraine, and it's almost like these things never happened. So here we are again with another round.
Absolutely. And this just happens, and it's very timely to be the subject of this week's Big Take DC podcast. It's hosted by Bloomberg senior Washington correspondent Saleha Mohsen, who is here with me now in our Washington, DC studio. So, Saleha, fascinating time for you to speak with the chief sanctions economist at the Treasury. Before we get to what more the Treasury could be doing, what could be announced tomorrow, I wonder what she thinks about what they've done thus far and if they've been as effective as intended.
Kaylee, that's what I talked about with Rachel Lingost. She is the first economist to sit inside of Treasury's sanctions unit. We sat down and chatted for the Big Take DC podcast episode, which drops this afternoon. And she told me that a lot of people can jump to conclusions. And we talked about how people think this maybe U.S.-led sanctions failed because Putin is still at war. The invasion continued. He is still in Ukraine. It's a little bit more nuanced with than that. We're gonna let you listen to some of my conversation with Rachel right now.
There's an incalculable reputation lost. This kind of comes from my conversations with private sector, business community, financial institutions, sort of just being associated with Russia, right? So those are some of the incalculable loss of prestige, the ability to project power. When a 30-year budget is focused on a war that your leaders thought would be resolved quickly in 2 weeks, that ties you up from being able to do other activities that might allow you to project power overseas.
We had a really interesting conversation where she was laying out the long-term case for Russia's ultimate demise or diminishing power and prestige. But if we think back to February 2022, almost exactly 2 years ago, Biden and White House officials, those first few weeks, were talking about how much the Russian economy is suffering right now. The Russian ruble has plummeted 30%. The ruble is rubble, right? So they're boasting about this. Also, we have to think about how the International Monetary Fund has actually forecasted that Russia will grow, the economy will grow more than they had expected before. So the war economy is keeping the Russian economy alive.
It's pretty remarkable, Saleha, and I'm glad you could bring this interview to us as we anticipate this next round of sanctions. Is this then a story of enforcement, or we just haven't done enough yet?
That's really hard to say. You know, the U.S. was able to help immobilize a $500 billion war chest. Sanctions are hard to measure. You know, Rachel and I talked about how do you measure the efficacy of sanctions? How do you get into the counterfactuals of, well, it could have been worse. You know, Putin could have been stronger. His attacks could have been more deathly. You know, that's a really hard argument and case to make. But it's interesting that there are still sanctions left. There is still something left to sanction in Russia when the economy is doing fine and Putin is no closer to withdrawing.
Well, just on the subject of sanctions, we're hearing from White House National Security Advisor John Kirby right now, speaking to reporters, talking about how Iran has indicated they will ship ballistic missiles to Russia. He says if Iran proceeds with that provision, the response will be severe, and says the U.S. will sanction Iran further if Russia is given those missiles. So once again, we're talking about the furthering of sanctions when sanctions already exist, and yet all of these things are happening anyway. There's been some conversation in light of the White House saying that they will be announcing more against Russia in February about the idea of secondary sanctions. And I wonder if in your conversation with Rachel, you got into like second derivatives, if you will, which is the term we would use in finance, how you can extend the impact beyond what we're seeing initially, potentially.
You know, the conversation on the podcast, the Big Take DC podcast, went away from sanctions on that front and into export controls. Sure. Bloomberg News reported that in the past year, Russia has imported $1 billion worth of microchips from American and European countries that are sort of part of Russia's war technology, and none of that violated sanctions. So the next step would actually be looking at export controls.
Export controls, secondary sanctions. I suppose there are other layers here, Kaylee and Saleha, but of course, you know, enforcement remains an issue. We're showing our viewers on Bloomberg TV and on YouTube images of these impounded yachts. When do we start selling these babies and sending the money to Ukraine, Saleha?
That is a question that is being heavily debated, how to take the assets, cash reserves right now. We haven't quite gotten to the point where finance ministers are discussing how to get the yachts to Ukraine. But I do think that it's been kind of fascinating to watch these little planes and boats and yachts get confiscated and parked. And then there's actually upkeep money that's being spent on them.
Yeah. I would not call these yachts little for what it's worth. If you're listening on radio, they're pretty big boats. I'm sure they cost a pretty penny, but it kind of goes to, Saleha, the ongoing conversation as Congress is not moving forward on Ukraine aid about what else could be done to help Ukraine finance their war effort. And even the Ukrainian ambassador was with Joe and I in the studio talking about how they would like to see frozen assets perhaps used to their benefit, but I guess it's actually harder to turn that into reality than to just talk about it.
Yeah, because you have to think about precedent setting. You know, then in the future, are other central banks going to want to park their reserves in American dollars or in euros or in the Japanese yen? All of the countries that are part of the G7 plus that have frozen or immobilized those Russian assets. So I think there's that element, there's the legality element. So there's a lot at play before they can decide to just sort of hand that money over. And we're not actually at the point where we're discussing a reconstruction for Ukraine. The war is still continuing.
Absolutely.
That's for sure. The Big Take DC podcast drops a short time from now, but of course you're subscribed already, so it's about to land in your phone. If not, go to Apple, Spotify, wherever you do all that stuff. Find Saleha and the great Big Take DC podcast. I don't know, Kaylee, maybe we could take some displaced Ukrainians and allow them to live on those super yachts while they're just hanging around. That's an excellent idea. I would welcome living on a super yacht. Those things look pretty cool. They look pretty fun, I have to admit, too. Yeah. Thanks, Saleha. We'll go to space next. This is Bloomberg.
Listening to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Just imagine, we're talking about the first American mission to the moon since Apollo 17. That was in 1972. Kaylee Lines, it's going to happen again today. Not a government lander. This is actually NASA is involved in this, but it's a private company. And the second swing in a couple of weeks here to put a U.S.-made machine on the surface of the moon for the first time in over 50 years. Do you think it's going to work out or what?
Well, everybody's crossing their fingers because it would be historic if this intuitive machine's craft does indeed land softly on the moon, as we saw done 5 decades ago. We're expecting this now around 4:24 p.m. East Coast time, Joe.
Odysseus, the name of the private spacecraft. And at times like these, we turn to Keith Cowing, American astrobiologist. How great is that for a business card? He's a former NASA official and the editor of the American space program blog NASA Watch. Keith, it's great to see you. How significant is this if they pull it off?
Well, for me, you mentioned the 5 decades thing. The last time we did this, I was in high school, so I've been waiting a long time for us to get back there. It's significant. It's not only is it the first time we've been back with the lander in 50 years, but it's a new way of doing things. It's not a NASA lander. It's a company that bid to do this, and NASA's one of the customers. So it's some of the old stuff, but something different.
Well, Keith, for the last week and change, we've all been captivated with space, not because of a potential moon landing, but because of apparently an anti-satellite nuclear weapon that Russia has been developing that we've all become aware of now. And it just raises the question for me, if there is that threat out there, why is it so important to just be putting stuff on the moon rather than doing things like protecting satellites? Can you just put into context why these moon goals are so important?
Well, everybody's a little confused by this way this news about the Russian thing leaked out, because apparently it's a nuclear weapon that would go off in space and it would fry any satellite, no matter. So I don't know, do the Russians want to kill all their satellites too? It doesn't really make sense, but what's coming out of Russia these days, it makes sense. But oddly enough, on the space station right now, we've been up there with the Russians for 25 years, and other than a few little things here and there, it's been peaceful. So it's possible to do peaceful things in space if you think it's important. Now, is the moon important? Well, back when I was little, there was a song that was out on the radio called "Everyone's Gone to the Moon." And of course, it was us and the Russians. Well, now there's a whole bunch of people on Earth that have never been to the moon. As a matter of fact, when we start landing things again on the moon, just remember, like 2/3 of the people alive today have never seen anybody walk in another world. So it's like doing the same thing again for the first time. It's their first moon landing. So you and I may sit back and say, yeah, we did that. Well, we're a little bit of the world. There's a lot of other people out there that want to do this. So that's why it's important.
Some folks don't believe it even happened. Keith, set us straight. What are we watching here? Are we going to get some grainy video of this happening, a still photograph, or just a headline?
This is going to be cool. This is a 21st century lander. It's got corporate logos all over it. And as this thing is coming in, and I'll give an example here of something. As it's coming in, it's going to kick off a little CubeSat with a camera. It's like a Ring doorbell, literally. It connects by Wi-Fi to the lander.
Yep.
It hits first. It's going to be looking up as this thing comes in 1080i. So we're going to get like 4K video of this thing landing. So none of this Walter Cronkite, here's our animation. No, we're going to hopefully see the real thing.
Oh, I'm excited.
Well, and Keith, you mentioned that it sounds like it's going to be pretty cool, but you mentioned that there's going to be corporate logos on this thing, which kind of brings us to the point that this is a private company, and sure, they're working alongside a public entity, NASA, but is the future of space going to have to be public-private partnerships?
It already is. SpaceX is launching rides for NASA for astronauts and cargo, but they're also, you can buy a launch. You and I, if you have a good enough travel budget, 3 of us could go up. Or just bring money.
I'll let you do that. I'm going to take a pass.
Okay, well, the 2 of us, me and Joe. But the point is, you can do that now. It's just, you've got to have the money, and Elon Musk is building a Starship, the big thing that'll be sort of like, what did we do before FedEx? What if it suddenly becomes really cheap to do stuff? It changes the paradigm. So that's what's happening now. There's still government stuff, but there's a lot of corporate stuff, and that's the future.
I just love Keith Cowing's passion about all of this. If you're watching on YouTube and Bloomberg TV, you actually know what's about to happen here. Keith, thanks for animating this before it takes place and for making us excited about space. We're going to draft Kaylee Lines, by the way. It's going to happen as the first journalist in space. That's something that I'm working on every day, just so you know. She's in Washington. I'm in New York along with Carol and Tim. Everybody's back here just in time for the big moon landing, Kaylee, and they're with us right now. Carol, you guys ready to go to the moon or what?
I'm just wondering if there are NVIDIA chips on that ship,
very good.
because it's all about NVIDIA today for
the
a
moon.
second day in a row. I mean, stocks up 15%. We're talking just pick your superlative, because it has led off a global stock rally. Not just the U.S., but around the world.
Okay, so that's one side of what we're covering this afternoon.
You're going to be a Debbie Downer?
Yeah, I gotta be, because look at the EV space. Look no further than the EV space. Chips are down for EV stocks like Lucid and Rivian. Rivian hitting all-time lows today, Joe and Kaylee. So we're going and doing a deep dive on EVs with Keith Naughton this afternoon.
See what a bummer.
That's great.
I'm sorry. Come on.
But I just want to, guys, I just want to know if Tim and Carol want to go to space.
I
I would totally
personally
do it. Yeah,
am not
sign me
going
up.
to
Go in
pay
a second.
hundreds of thousands of dollars. I would need to be paid hundreds of thousands of dollars
All right,
to leave our atmosphere.
These guys know my dad was an engineer and worked on the early space program, and he worked on guidance systems. So we grew up with it. So I kind of find it's really cool that it's in the private sector.
I love that. So you were going out in the backyard with Dad to watch this thing go over, right?
I was not.
You weren't alive.
But my
Something
older
went on.
sibling.
The space station went over.
I heard about a lot of this, and we
Totally
grew up
get it.
learning about it.
You knew it happened, though.
Kaylee-
You're not one of these conspiracy theorists.
I'm going to the moon with Kaylee.
That's a party.
I'm on it.
You're in good hands with Carol and Tim. Kaylee, I'll meet you at 5 on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio and TV. Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on Bloomberg Radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. I'm Carol Masser, along with Tim Stenevec, and let's get to the setup at this hour on this Thursday, February 22nd.
It's the NVIDIA rally after another blowout forecast. The S&P 500 and the Dow both hitting records intraday. Also some upbeat U.S. economic data helping news as well.
Everything is awesome. So still ahead, we're going to talk about that eye-popping outlook from NVIDIA, what you need to know, and then NVIDIA's stock surge putting its CEO on the cusp, Tim, of cracking the list of the world's 20 richest.
Okay, you got the good news, I got the bad news.
Yeah.
Chips down, though, today for two players when it comes to the EV space. Rivian and Lucid tumbling. We're going to do a deep dive when it comes to EVs a little later in the program.
And that upbeat economic news, we're going to go back to that upbeat housing data. We're going to talk about that with Kate Kaminsky, COO of the privately owned asset and real estate investment company, Walton Global.
All right, well, first up, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. We are looking at potential records at the close today. The S&P 500 index powering higher thanks to NVIDIA up 101 points right now at 5,082 on the S&P. That is a gain right now of 2%. We got the Dow up 417, up 1.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up now by 451 points, advancing 2.9%. All about NVIDIA. NVIDIA shares up now by 15.3%, surging after last night's earnings report. 10-year yield 4.32% with a 2-year 4.70%. Spot gold lower a little change, down 0.2%, 2,022 the ounce, and crude up 1%, 78.70 for a barrel of WTI. Recapping, NVIDIA surges 15.2%, S&P up 101 points, up 2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie's setting it up so well for us. NVIDIA, as you know, soaring to a record. The chipmaker delivered another stellar sales forecast, adding fresh momentum to a stock rally that already made it the world's most valuable chipmaker. Tim, now with a market cap of over $1.9 trillion.
All right, well, let's get to the trade with Bloomberg News markets reporter Abigail Doolittle here in our studio. So, Abigail, this is on track to best Meta Platform's historic stock market session just 3 weeks after the Facebook owner set the record. How are you watching this from a fundamentals perspective and from a technicals perspective?
Well, from a fundamentals perspective, it's really very impressive, and I will be the first person, because I think it's important to say, not that I necessarily have a view as a markets reporter correspondent, but I would say over the last couple of days, I've been heavily weighing toward the idea that there was a possibility, a stronger possibility, that it wouldn't be a good quarter in the outlook. It's the exact opposite. They really did deliver. So if I use the FA function in the Bloomberg Bloomberg terminal to take a look at the growth. So that was a long way of saying that I was wrong if I did have a view.
Yeah, but I think the whole world thought that the sentiment going into it was negative because of the selling.
Well, you know what's so interesting is, so from a technical perspective, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So from a fundamental perspective, they just put up a tremendous quarter. On the top line, we were looking at 265% growth. On the bottom line, more than 600% growth. What we're looking at for the next quarter is very similar, 232% on the top line, 510 on the bottom. These are huge numbers. We're talking about, on a quarterly basis, more than $20 billion of revenue, about $5 in adjusted earnings. So the fact that they continue to put up this growth, and apparently it is still connected to AI, because Carol, we talked about yesterday the idea that if they put up a good quarter, but it wasn't AI, the stock might fall. But they really, they delivered. Now, if we go back to the stock, so thank you, Carol, I appreciate that, because yes, there were other people who are a little bit nervous as well, and that was really all I was looking at. So if you look at the buying on the year, over the last 2 days into today, NVIDIA had fallen below its year-to-date uptrend. The RSI had dipped out of overbought, and when you see an uptrend break like that, usually it holds. Right now, NVIDIA is going into a Tesla-like class, because Tesla is one of the only securities that I'm aware of that never folded on a parabolic uptrend. This is not necessarily the same thing, but it's almost as impossible. It's back above that uptrend. So all the people that sold, they are back in. Now, the one point I will make, and this is similar to the markets overall, NVIDIA's RSI right now is 72.8. Last week, it was at 83, 84. It's at a higher level now. So this tells you weaker hands are buying this stock. At some point, you could see some fatigue here.
I thought it was also interesting, a story in the Bloomberg about big tech hedging demand dissipating after the NVIDIA earnings blowout. So basically demand for options protecting against a short-term pullback in the NASDAQ 100 easing. I'm just curious, as you look kind of more broadly about, we talk about the importance of some of these names to the overall indices. How are you thinking about that one?
Well, yesterday when we talked about this, I said that if the stock plunged, we would see the rest of the sector really get hit hard. If the stock soared, we would see the other stocks higher, but it wouldn't be the same kind of rally. The rally wouldn't be commensurate to the plunge. And I think that is what we're seeing. We have Apple up a very healthy 1.1%, but still down on the year. We have Amazon up a healthier 3.5%, probably because of the AI connection. Microsoft up 2%, Meta up 4.4%. AMD, so the chip stocks, that's where we have a lot of love, yes. Because there hadn't been a lot of love there even ahead of the NVIDIA report. Folks just getting a little bit nervous that they wouldn't be able to continue. So from a sentiment standpoint, an animal spirit standpoint, NVIDIA really delivered right now. And it's interesting because we, of course, do have the Fed. That's the much bigger picture. The Fed is so much bigger than NVIDIA or the mega cap techs. The possibility that they're not going to be putting liquidity back into the system as quickly as expected. These stocks still doing really well even against that backdrop.
Right?
Yeah.
We also got some upbeat economic news, right? We saw some support or lift in terms of the rate environment again.
Yes, so we do have rates right now just a little bit higher. It's interesting to see this because I was talking about this earlier,
470 on the 2, 4.32 on the 10.
Yes, and so we saw these levels, last year. So to some extent, you can say that they were digested. In terms of the PMIs that came out in expansion territory, existing home sales a little bit better than expected. So it makes sense that you see the near-term rates just go up a little bit because the economy still seems to be humming along. Although it's so interesting. So from the macro standpoint, it seems to be humming along. But some of these reports from various companies outside of technology, some of them have really been mixed bag in terms of the consumer. So I think more info is to come.
All right, Palo Alto Networks earlier this week.
Yes, that was. Although that's an example of too far, too fast. They really, and I said yesterday that they could, NVIDIA could possibly pull a Palo Alto Networks. That didn't happen. There's definitely a divergence. The interesting thing is, though, you can still make the case that Palo Alto Networks is priced to perfection.
Okay, good stuff. Great setup. Abigail, thank you as always. Abigail Doolittle, markets reporter here at Bloomberg News. All right, now let's get to a little bit more in terms of the fundamentals that is really all about the stock that everyone is talking about.
Yeah, it is NVIDIA, of course. And with us, we got Bloomberg News U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter Ian King joining us from San Francisco, along with Bloomberg Intelligence senior tech industry analyst Kunjan Sabani, both in San Francisco, Kunjan in our Bloomberg bureau. Hey, Ian, I want to start with you because when the earnings crossed yesterday, just after 4 o'clock, there was a little bit of uncertainty when this release came out. We saw the stock jump around, even go into the red for a few minutes. What was it that firmly cemented in investment investors' minds that this was another blockbuster report for NVIDIA because they weren't convinced right when these numbers came out?
I mean, I think the best way to answer that is I just spoke with a fund manager on this very topic, and what he said was, ignore all of the stuff that Abigail has just beautifully told you about and explained all of these multiples and numbers. Doesn't mean anything. What NVIDIA did was firm up in everybody's mind, this is real and this is going to continue. And as soon as that became clear, as soon as they started talking and Jensen Huang, the CEO, had answers for a number of the lingering concerns that were out there, we were off to the races and the rally was back on.
Yeah, it's kind of remarkable because we really did bounce around. Kunjan, come on in. As you've gone through the release, had time to digest what we got from NVIDIA, what to you is so remarkable about the results and the outlook in your view?
I think it's similar in what lines to what Ian said. It was not the magnitude of the beat that was sort of expected. It was the quality of the report, especially the sustainability of the demand. Look, demand didn't just increase from the large cloud players, which we expected. Demand is strong from enterprises. Demand is so strong from new avenues like new verticals, automotive, healthcare. Demand is strong from the hyperscalers. And now you have these sovereign entities coming in also buying. So the broad-based demand and the health of it and the sustainability, what was really drove the investor confidence.
Hey, Ian, you know where I'm going with this because I ask you this every quarter, every few months, and it's about the basics of economics here. When there is something attractive in the business world, you have a lot of companies run after it, and I'm wondering about NVIDIA's moat here. To what extent do they have a moat, and is it established around what it does for AI in the AI world, and to what extent are competitors able to actually catch up here?
Yeah, two things to answer that. I think overall growth is going to lift all boats if the projections that we've seen from people like Jensen and people like Lisa Su at AMD are true. Everybody's going up in the short term on this, so we don't need to worry about the competitive dynamics. Long term, there are clearly companies who are looking at NVIDIA selling chips for multiple tens of thousands of dollars and saying, I want some of that action, and they're going after it. But this is something that NVIDIA have been working on for several years, and guess what? They're going to have a new architecture, a new chip coming this year, and guess what? The rate at which they're introducing new technology is increasing. So not only are they anticipating competition, but they're doing something about it already.
Well, and I want to kind of get into that. First of all, I want to show a chart for those who are watching on TV and on YouTube and on our streaming service. But the NVIDIA data center revenue, I mean, the chart, it's just astronomical in terms of how much it has taken off just from last year. It's like mind-blowing. And I do wonder, Ian, let me go this to you first. I mean, the question is, you know, how long can they continue at this pace in the face of growing competition?
I mean, again, I can just point you to the explanation that I got from somebody who's put their money to work in this stock, and they said what's exciting them is the fact that so many sectors of the economy are now embracing it. Think of it as like an app store explosion of the Apple App Store explosion of 10 years ago. We've got the tools, we've got the platform. Now let's go out there and make use of it, and that is happening. And that, if it is true and it does manifest itself at the rate that we're seeing it happening right now, will sustain this demand for the infrastructure.
Kunjan, I heard you earlier on TV about how you believe NVIDIA deserves the higher multiple that it trades at. Is that because of something like that data center revenue growth and how it's expected to continue?
Absolutely. I mean, right now, the biggest opportunity in semiconductors is AI, right? There's only one player having about 95% or more share. So they have the best revenue growth. Second, margins. When you look at, they're right now have software-like gross margins, something we don't see often in semiconductors. I mean, if just to put in perspective, their next year's operating income is going to be larger than Intel's revenue. I mean, one of the largest semiconductor companies that we know, right? So that tells you they're not just growing, they're growing profitably. And the competitive landscape, as Ian said, right now, there is only one other player. So for the near term, they have the benefit of reaping all the AI spending, which again, is going up across the board.
Well, that's what I wanted to hit on, Kunjan, is total addressable market here. How do you think about that at Bloomberg Intelligence? Like, who's out there that still doesn't have these products, and to what extent are they going to be upgrading products as NVIDIA comes out with new products?
I mean, everyone has the product, but what we are seeing is the total IT CapEx, right, is rising. 2024, from what the cloud customers have announced, they're increasing their total spend by almost 30% at the midpoint. Now, within the spend, the portion of dollars going to AI is increasing exponentially. So you have the pie growing, the portion of AI within the pie growing, and right now it's all, the only one company monetizing hand over fist is NVIDIA.
Well, okay, so let's go a little bit deeper into competition, Ian. I mean, it's coming. You talk to us about this every time you come on with us. AMD coming out with a rival AI chip. Intel is working on it. NVIDIA's top customers, who are so important in terms of their revenue growth, they're working on things too. I mean, you have a story too today about Intel and Microsoft linking up, and I feel like, you know, frenemies within the tech industry, like people are trying to figure out their way forward. I guess my point, bottom line, is competition, though, is coming here for NVIDIA, but will the market be massive enough that it just doesn't matter, Ian?
That's absolutely a possibility. The other thing to think about as well is from a technical perspective, for 20 years, the whole of the data center industry had every incentive to replace Intel. Intel was charging, you know, an arm and a leg for its server chips. They had every incentive to go out there and replace it, and they couldn't because, guess what? This is difficult. Intel fell away from that edge. NVIDIA has replaced it in many respects with a newer technology. Everybody's got every incentive to try and knock them off the perch, and they will absolutely try. But right now, the pace that this company is moving at, the resources it has, and importantly, how widely it's been deployed already, makes it very difficult for anybody to try and replace it with software, with chips, or with, you know, the other infrastructure that goes around it.
Kunjan, help contextualize this moment in the history of technology right now, because I've heard some analysts compare this to, okay, certain like unleashing of the internet, the beginning of the dot-com bubble back in the mid-1990s here, and comparing this to when Americans did get widespread access to the internet and what we saw built in Silicon Valley after that. How do you think about what's happening with NVIDIA, what's happening with AI in the broader context?
I think I would, the analogy of sort of an iPhone moment would be appropriate. You know, when iPhones and smartphones came up, when you think of adoption and penetration, right? Businesses earlier were thinking, oh, we should have a mobile strategy, right? We should have a mobile vehicle to get to customers. Eventually, if you were a business who did not have a mobile strategy, that would seem insane. So I think that's something what we are seeing here right now. Gen AI and AI still is sort of a sexy thing. We would, if this demand does have legs under it, we should see it go to a point where it just becomes the norm on how you do business.
Yeah, I kind of was thinking about that this morning, right? I remember doing a primer, I'm going to date myself, and like, what is the internet? But this whole idea, right, before everybody had a mobile site, and we talked about how everybody had to have their own online site. I mean, do you agree, Ian, that's kind of how we need to think about the ramp up in terms of this kind of next level generative machine learning, artificial intelligence, that everybody's going to have some sort of exposure?
I think you have to think about it in a micro way from your own personal life. As a resident of a big city, would you pay $10, $20 a month to never drive your own car in the traffic and to have that taken care of you by a machine? Probably.
Yes.
So, right?
Yeah.
So then you multiply that by all of the mega cities around the world, the Tokyos, the Seuls, the Shanghais, all of those people who live in that kind of city paying 10, 20, 30 semiconductors needed to support those vehicles that are driving themselves, and you've got a big number already, and that's just one sector. And that is the kind of thinking I think that some investors are sort of putting to play when they look at what the potential for this kind of thing is. That's just one area of transport. There are many others, obviously.
All right, real quickly, otherwise my producers are going to kill me, but 5 seconds. First, Kunjan, to you. Are we being irrationally exuberant, yes or no, when it comes to... No. Ian?
Being exuberant, whether it's irrational or not, who can say?
All right, well done, well done. I'm not going to get in trouble. All right, guys, thank you so much. Always appreciate it. Ian King, U.S. Semiconductor and Networking Reporter at Bloomberg News out there in San Francisco. And, of course, Kunjan Sobhani. He's Senior Semiconductor Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's in our San Francisco Bureau. Quick check on shares of NVIDIA, folks. They're up 15%. Coming up, the other side of the market, EV makers Rivian and Lucid, both out with earnings last night, both disappointing and both tumbling.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are on record watch today with the S&P 500 index right now trading at an all-time high, 5,089, best level of the day. S&P right now up 108. That is a gain of 2.2%. We've got the Dow Industrials up 490 points. The Dow up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 3%, now higher by 467 points, while the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is up by 1.1%. NVIDIA surging the most in about 9 months after earnings. NVIDIA shares, they're pushing higher by 15.3%. Other chip makers are advancing as well. Advanced Micro Devices up 11.5%. Broadcom up 6.6%. Marvell Technologies up 7.2%. We're also keeping an eye on shares of Synopsys. They reported earnings last night after the close of trading. Synopsys up today by 7%. The maker of electronic design automation software reported first quarter results that beat expectations. However, the big story today does remain NVIDIA. Everybody's talking about it. NVIDIA up now by 15.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, NVIDIA reported earnings? Just
yeah, they certainly
kidding.
did.
All right. Another story, in addition to NVIDIA, that we've all been hitting hard here at Bloomberg is the reset in growth and expectations about the ramp up, Tim, when it comes to electric vehicles.
Yeah, on that, and perhaps not as a surprise as you've been following our coverage closely, EV manufacturers Rivian and Lucid both out with earnings last night, and both disappointing. Rivian shares down 26.3% right now. Lucid shares down 14.5%. That's because Rivian issued a disappointing production forecast, announced another round of job cuts. Lucid's production outlook also disappointing, both stocks dropping on the news and dragging down the overall EV sector.
All right, well, covering the space, as always, in depth for us, nonstop, in fact, is Bloomberg News auto reporter Keith Naughton. He joins us in Detroit, Michigan. Keith, good to have you back with both Tim and me. Rivian, Lucid, considering the narrative and all the conversations we've had, it shouldn't have come as a surprise?
Well, it did come as a surprise to the street, Carol, as you can see by the stock drop. Yeah. The big surprise was that production forecast of 57,000 vehicles for this year, which is basically flat with last year. The street had been expecting 80,000. So it was a huge miss. And they're cutting back people again. This is the third round of layoffs now for them. There's a question as to whether or not they're going to have enough cash to get to their next round of vehicles. Because right now they have very high-priced vehicles, and that's one of the big turnoffs for EV buyers.
So Keith, is it more, there's the EV general story, right, that we've been talking about, Tim and I, with you for a while, and then is there also Rivian specific issues here?
Well, they have good vehicles, but where they're positioned in the market right now is the absolute worst location. They're close to the six-figure mark in terms of their pricing, $75,000, $80,000 SUVs and pickup trucks. And, consumers are saying no to prices that high on electric vehicles. Don't mind the convenience issues they're worried about, like charging infrastructure and so forth. That's just a price point that is a bridge too far for consumers.
Keith, we've seen this story play out in the past, and the most recent corollary that comes to mind is Tesla. And there was a time period when Tesla was in production hell, and I remember talking to a family member who is a Tesla owner, and he said, I do love the car. He has a Model 3, but I'm concerned that Tesla's not going to exist as a company in a couple of years. But Tesla, of course, does exist, and although it's down from highs, it's a car company that is, by many measures, successful right now. Can Rivian turn itself around?
It's not clear Rivian can turn itself around. I think that's part of the reason the stock is hitting an all-time low today. I think there is a concern that they won't have enough cash. Will there be a white knight who will come along to get them if that's the case? I don't think worrying about Tesla's future, though, is a good bet. Tesla is the only company out there actually making money selling EVs, even with all their price cuts. Sure, their margins have shrunk, but they still make a profit selling electric vehicles, and they still dominate the EV market in the U.S. And while BYD has surpassed them globally, they're still right up there. So I think the Tesla story will continue. It's the question of everyone else.
When you talk about a white knight or potential white knight for Rivian, is this possibly another automaker? I know we're just kind of speculating here. Or would it be somebody who actually invests, whether it's private equity money or some other sort of money, investment money?
Yeah, this is total speculation. But the auto companies are hemorrhaging cash on their own EV operations. You saw Ford is saying they're going to lose more than $5 billion on their EV operations this year, and they lost almost that much last year. Mercedes is dialing back its EV plans. Everyone is dialing back their EV production plans and trying to scale back their spending. So there's not a lot of free cash flow lying around at automakers, the legacy automakers, for M&A. So you'd have to wonder, is there a tech firm out there? Is there somebody else with deep pockets that doesn't have this call on cash that the legacy automakers do?
When Elon Musk and Tesla were facing challenges, Keith, Elon talked a lot about U.S. car companies that hadn't succeeded over the last 50 years. You've been covering automakers in Detroit for a long time. Why is this so difficult?
Because it's such a profound technological transformation. For example, when the Japanese came in the 1980s, what they did is they perfected something that already existed. They took internal combustion engine cars, they made them with higher quality and more reliability, and they made them more efficiently. So that attracted consumers. But we're talking about a complete transformation in the technology now, a new, system to propel the car down the road. And the legacy automakers are not the experts in this area. Tesla is, BYD is. The Chinese EVs are outstanding. They're not in the United States yet, but they're coming.
All right, we haven't touched on too much Lucid. So what's the Lucid story? That stock's down at its lows today, down 22%. Right now, down about 14%. It's a $3 stock here. What's the constructive conversation around Lucid for you?
Yeah, so Lucid is an even higher price point, deeply into the luxury territory. And my goodness, they're saying they're going to build 9,000 vehicles this year. Just a few years ago, they thought they'd be building 90,000 vehicles by now. There just hasn't been the market developing for that high-end vehicle. It's a smaller company. It's not as well capitalized. So, that's an even tougher road.
Keith, how does this shake out? Does it shake out in the sense that, okay, looking into the crystal ball, we see a handful of legacy automakers like Ford and GM, and perhaps some of the Japanese automakers with their hybrid models in the next few years successfully selling these, and the upstarts that we've been talking about over the past few years perhaps not actually succeeding? Yeah,
there's definitely going to be a shakeout, and there will be companies that don't succeed. I think we're already seeing that. But even with the legacy automakers, they're not all going to succeed either. You saw Carlos Tavares, the CEO of Stellantis, said the other day he thinks about 5 legacy automakers will make it through. So it's a tough, disruptive moment in the industry, and everybody is still trying to figure out, how to perfect the electric vehicle, and very few have a winning strategy so far.
Let's dig into the Tavares comments for a second. I mean, from your perspective, from the analysts you speak to, which legacy automakers could be at risk of not making it?
Well, I mean, the mainstream players who don't have the margins that the luxury players have, that's tougher. There was this thought that, the early movers are the most likely to survive. But, maybe those who kept their powder dry and haven't, hemorrhaged cash on EV operations will be in a healthier place once the EV market takes off. So it's kind of hard to tell right now what the winning play is. It seemed clearer a couple of years ago when everybody thought the EV market would just take off like a rocket. But now that, we're still kind of stuck on the launching pad, it's harder to know what the right play is.
It also makes me wonder, Keith, that, okay, wait a minute, we've been saying we need more charging stations, we need more infrastructure to support it. Now I feel like that's going to slow down dramatically, and that's just going to slow down the adoption even more so. Is that, I don't know, the smart way or the right way to think about it? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can come up with a bunch of death spiral scenarios, if you will, Carol. The hope is that when we get to the second generation of electric vehicles, even with Tesla and Rivian in particular, that the costs will come down, and therefore the prices will come down. And then you finally reach this tipping point of adoption. But we're not there yet, and we haven't really seen those vehicles yet. So we don't know what promise they hold. What we do know is that the Chinese EVs are really perfecting it, and they have very attractive vehicles and very low cost points. BYD has an $11,000 electric vehicle called the Seagull. So if those make it into the U.S. market, that's really going to change the dynamics of this market.
How is BYD able to do this at such a lower price point?
Well, they have, very low-cost labor in China. Let's start with that.
So does Tesla at the Shanghai plant?
They do, but Tesla also makes them in Texas and in California, and in Europe, where there isn't low-cost labor. And they have a government that has supported them. I mean, it's a government that has directed this. They're trying to become, globally dominant in electric vehicles, and they're off to a good start.
Interesting. All right. Well, certainly a couple of stories that certainly, as we said, play into kind of the broader conversation that we've been having about the EV space, but pretty remarkable. Keith, thank you as always. Keith Naughton, he is Bloomberg News auto reporter, joining us out there in Detroit, Michigan. But again, we're looking at Lucid down 22% at its low today. Rivian tumbling the most ever today, off 28% at its low today. We've seen a little bit of a bounce off of it, but nonetheless still down pretty dramatically and really dragging the overall space.
And Rivian's still an $11 billion company.
Right.
Down
right.
51% so far this year, though, Carol.
Well, we were talking about liquidity. Lucid did say they have sufficient liquidity at least into 2025. So they're saying into next year. But, Keith makes a good point about, at some point, do you have to be worried whether it's Rivian or some others? Are you running out of cash? And what do you do in terms of the way forward?
Yeah, Elon Musk has said it for years. This is difficult. And, doing this stuff at scale is really challenging.
All right. Well, coming up, we're going to address some of the economic news of the day that was on the housing market. We are going to check in with the COO, I should say, Kate Kaminsky over at Walton Global. They have a perspective in terms of real estate across the United States, so we'll see what she has to say.
Hey, speaking of across the U.S., let's go down to Washington, D.C. for a check on the latest world and national news with Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. AT&T is apologizing for a massive outage that's been affecting customers across the country since this morning. The company says about 3/4 of its customers are back in business. The FCC, though, says it is actively looking into the outage and its cause. Problems spanned New York, Houston, Atlanta, Miami, Chicago, and Dallas. President Biden is ramping up his rhetoric against Russian President Vladimir Putin. In off-the-cuff comments made at a pair of West Coast fundraisers, Biden called Putin, quote, a crazy SOB. He added, you always have to worry about nuclear conflict with Putin. Well, Vladimir Putin is showing off his military hardware today. He took a 30-minute flight in one of Russia's newest strategic bombers, which is capable of carrying nuclear warheads. The state-run TASS news agency quoted Putin as saying, after the flight, they're receiving, quote, new technology and excellent equipment. This afternoon, a lunar lander built by Intuitive Machines will be landing on the moon. Last week, Intuitive Machines Chief Technology Officer Tim Crane talked about the mission marking an important first step in exploring beyond the moon.
The moon has 1/6 the gravity of Earth and no atmosphere, so it's a much easier place to launch deeper into the solar system. It really is the launching pad into human exploration out into deep space.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all surging. NVIDIA now up by 15.3% after last night's earnings report. NVIDIA up by just about the most in 9 months. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all rallying. S&P up 105 right now, very close to the best level of the day. The S&P, by the way, is now at 5,086. Could see a record close today. The S&P up by 2.1%. Dow Industrials up 463 points. That's a gain right now of 1.2%. NASDAQ up 450 points, up 2.9%. 10-year 4.32% with a 2-year that's now yielding 4.71%. Spot gold lower, little change, down by less than 0.2%. 2022 the ounce, while crude oil, West Texas Intermediate, 78.53 a barrel, up by about 0.8%. While NVIDIA is surging, Rivian Automotive heading in the other direction, lower after the EV maker issued a disappointing production forecast and it announced another round of job cuts. Rivian right now down by 26.1%. Again, recapping, stocks are moving higher. S&P rallying 104 points, up now by 2.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We did get a batch of economic news earlier today. Be sure to head to Bloomberg.com and get all the details. But one report that we wanted to check out was what happened with sales of previously owned U.S. homes, rising in January by the most in nearly a year. Buyers taking advantage of lower mortgage rates at the start of the new year of 2024.
Okay, at the start of the year, because just yesterday we reported how U.S. mortgage rates jumped above 7% for the first time since early December. That dealt a blow to the housing market's nascent recovery. So the rates issue is certainly sticking with us.
Yeah, so let's get to it and what it all means. Kate Kaminsky is Chief Operating Officer of the privately owned and asset and real estate investment company. It is Walton Global. They've got about $3.6 billion in assets and over 94,000 acres under management here in the United States. She joins us, Kate does, from Scottsdale, Arizona. Kate, welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. Nice to have you here with Tim and me. How are you? And talk to us about your world, because you guys do commercial, industrial, residential, real estate. Give us kind of an overview of how things are going. Better than the last year, better than the last 6 months? What can you tell us?
Yeah, we're pretty excited about 2024 here at Walton. We really focus on the land space. We're buying land in the path of growth, predominantly to sell to public new home builders. But we also, as you noted, have industrial, commercial, and retail holdings. So the numbers that came out today, really important in terms of what we're seeing in the resale market, which has a direct impact on the new home building space, which is where we focus. With the resale figures seeing the slowest year for the last 3 decades in 2023, we're excited that January was finally an uptick in terms of the resale market. And that continued increase in value. I think we were at about 5% in increase in existing home sale value year over year. So strong numbers on the resale market, but still seeing a continued push for buyers to that new home market because of a lot of the lock-in effect that we're seeing from those mortgage rates, which, as you noted, are creeping up a bit.
Hey, Kate, how would you characterize demand from the home builders right now? Because you guys have property all over the United States. You got a lot in Colorado, a lot in California, Oklahoma, Texas, Florida, Georgia. How would you characterize the demand that you're seeing from home builders who want to buy that land and then build homes on it?
I mean, home builder sentiment is up. I think it was at 44%. We're seeing more transactions go under contract right now than we did certainly a year ago, which 2023 was a good year here at Walton. We've got around $2.8 billion in deal volume that's at various stages, hoping to move that towards closing. So we're still seeing a lot of demand, but certainly builders are looking to take positions right now. Permits are up just across the board, we've seen a year of month-over-month increases. And I think right now we're sitting at just over 1 million units at an annualized rate, which is up 35% year over year. So, permits showing us what we can expect for the future, what our forecasts are looking like.
What's land prices look like right now?
So, like everything else, we continue to see that increase, but it's remaining somewhat consistent. And where we're really seeing a lot of our negotiations take place is working with builders on understanding what development costs are going to be, timelines, and working to ensure that everyone's margins are really remaining consistent and hitting those targets that they're looking for.
But for you, for the acquisition costs, are land prices going up? And I'm curious if I'm assuming there are geographical differences. I mean, I know I've got a lot of family down south, and it's kind of on fire right now. So if you can give us some context as you look across the United States, where you're seeing land values go up a lot, because that's your bread and butter, right?
Yeah, our assets are really focused in the southern half of the United States. If I were to poll our acquisitions team or talk to any of the builders, I mean, land prices are going up right across the board, and it's getting more and more difficult to find any deals. I would say they're few and far between right now. The markets that we're really focusing on continue to be Florida, Texas, Georgia, and the Carolinas, and then of course in the Southwest and West as well. But definitely seeing increases in land values, and a lot of that has to do with the lack of supply of development-ready land. We continue to see significant challenges right across the country as it pertains to land getting approved for development. This is a challenge that builders and landowners are facing across the board as we have more municipalities really restricting especially that high density residential development, which is where this country quite frankly needs more supply in those lower price sectors.
Yeah, we could do an entire interview just based on the politics and the policy here. But Kate, help our audience understand, our viewers and our listeners understand the role that you play as sort of a middle person in this market, because perhaps some of them are asking themselves, well, why doesn't the landowner go directly to the developer and actually make more money when they sell that? What's the value that you bring to the transaction by holding onto the land from the landowner to the developer?
Yeah, well, that's a great question, and our entire business is really focused right now on feeding builders, demand for just-in-time inventory. Just-in-time inventory is as simple as, the builders post-Great Recession were penalized significantly for holding long-term land assets that were not income generating, that they weren't going to turn in, call it a 2-year time frame. So Walton comes in, we buy these land assets and we sell them to builders, typically, on a phase-by-phase basis over time, as they're ready to take it down and start development and ultimately build a home. And so we're kind of in that land banking space. Right. For those of you familiar with the term, which is something that we're seeing right across the board. Every builder is really being forced to utilize that tool in their toolbox.
Right, so it's not kind of stuck on their balance sheet, especially if there's any kind of downturn. Kate, got 30 seconds left here. In terms of what you are seeing, are you setting up for a U.S. economy that's recovering, that's growing, that might have a recession? And just real quickly, 25 seconds if you could.
Definitely looking at growth. I mean, if you just look at the population numbers from last year alone, I think it was the largest one-year population increase in history. That plus, the builders continuing to buy down rates for new home buyers. I think we're going to see really strong figures in the balance of this year and in the economy in general.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Kate, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Kate Kaminsky, Chief Operating Officer of the privately owned asset and real estate investment company Walton Global, joining us from Scottsdale, Arizona. Home builders as a group, they're up about 1.5% here in 2024. And we're seeing, them up a little bit higher as well today. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Rivian automotive shares are plunging now by 25.8% after the electric vehicle maker issued a disappointing production forecast and announced another round of job cuts. The maker of plug-in pickups, SUVs, and delivery vans expects to build just 57,000 vehicles this year, well short of analyst estimates for more than 80,000 units. Tesla, meanwhile, advancing by 1.2%. Today, Lucid down by 17.6%. The big stock story today, NVIDIA surging the most in about 9 months after earnings. Chipmaker delivered another shocking sales forecast, adding fresh momentum to a stock rally that already made it the world's most valuable chipmaker. Today, we've got NVIDIA up 15.5%. Among some other chip names, Broadcom up 6.2%. Marvell Technology up today by about 6.8%. AT&T says 3/4 of its mobile network has been restored after that widespread outage this morning, as both the FBI and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security begin investigating why tens of thousands of wireless subscribers lost service. AT&T down 2.4%. Rivals T-Mobile down 0.3%. Verizon shares, they are lower by 1.3%. Alphabet's Google says it will pause the image generation of people for Gemini, its powerful artificial intelligence model, after criticism about how it was handling race. The move comes after critics on X posted numerous examples from the model that appeared to feature historically inaccurate images. And those are some of our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenivek, and that is Carol Massar. Let's go from New York to Washington, D.C. now for a check on the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. The FCC, as well as the FBI and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, are investigating why tens of thousands of wireless subscribers lost service this morning. AT&T says about 3/4 of its customers have their service back now. The government wants to know if it was caused by a cyber attack. This afternoon, space exploration startup Intuitive Machines will be attempting to place its lander on the moon. American astrobiologist and former NASA employee Keith Cowing says this is a big deal.
It's significant. It's not only is it the first time we've been back with the lander in 50 years, but it's a new way of doing things. It's not a NASA lander. It's a company that bid to do this, and NASA's one of the customers. So it's some of the old stuff, but something different.
Keith Cowing spoke with Bloomberg Balance of Power. The spacecraft is expected to softly touch down on the moon's surface at about 4:24 p.m. Wall Street time. Google is putting its Gemini AI image generator on hold after it produced what the company calls inaccurate historical images. Users complained about instances like Gemini returning requests for images of the founding fathers as people of color. Other images included a female Catholic pope and black Vikings. The tech giant says it's working on improving the depictions immediately, and Google says an updated version of the image generator will be released soon. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg. Now back to you, Tim and Carol.
All right, Nancy Lyons, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stenivek, live here on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals, Bloomberg Television, all that good stuff.
We're everywhere.
We are everywhere. And speak about it. Like, you look at the most read on the Bloomberg. I feel like the NVIDIA story is, we're fast and furious. Like, it was hard to kind of keep up because it was just all these different angles, but a lot out there, including what it means for the company's co-founder and CEO.
Yeah, Jensen Huang, given the stock is up 15% as we speak, and given that he's the 5th largest shareholder of NVIDIA,
he's sitting
according
rather
to
pretty.
Bloomberg, he could be on the verge of becoming one of the 20 richest people in the entire world.
Yeah, so with his wealth jumping to about 68.1 billion today, it's a gain that will leapfrog him ahead of Charles Koch and Chinese bottled water tycoon Zhang Shanshan to 21st place on the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. Tim and I were pulling it up on Rich Go, right? He's been in the 23rd, but this will move him a couple of spots and getting into the top 20.
Okay, NVIDIA is up 15.2% as we speak. It's added over $200 billion in market value just today, Carol.
What's remarkable about this, folks, is he was ranked 128th with a net worth of $13.5 billion.
That's still pretty.
Recently as early last year.
I'm going to say that's still pretty good.
Yeah. No.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's
not too shabby, as they say.
It's okay. Like.
Yeah.
But the rise over the last year, best performer in the S&P 500 last year.
Stepping over those other two.
Best performer so far this year.
Yeah.
And today, depending on how it closes, could be a historic one in terms of market cap added to a company in a single session.
It's pretty remarkable. So we talk about superlatives sometimes a lot in the markets overall, but a lot of superlatives when it comes to any way you cut NVIDIA. All right, folks. That's going to do it for this hour of Bloomberg Business Week. But for those watching on television, the close is up next. For those staying with us, we are going to talk more NVIDIA. Surprise, surprise. Time to exhale, because we were a little nervous yesterday. We're going to get into that. We're also going to get into the battle for the bird. We're talking about Twitter, X, a new book out by our own Kurt Wagner.
And the cover of Bloomberg Business Week, all about the private equity-backed indie film studio and its Hollywood gamble.
And we're watching that historic mission, another historic mission to the moon. Folks, equities, a rally just rolling over their best level. Forgive me.
Not if you keep reminding him about it.
I know,
You
but
just got to plow forward.
You know me. I'm like, I am what I am.
Yeah, she'll be talking about this one next week. I guarantee it.
Let it go. The earnings report heard around the world, from the U.S. to Europe and Japan. Equities hitting all-time highs, powered by NVIDIA's bullish outlook.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. We're live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. We're streaming on YouTube. We're on Bloomberg Originals. We're everywhere. That's Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenovec. And as Carol mentioned, it's time to exhale because I wasn't here yesterday, Carol, but I was following along.
We were on
closely,
edge big
I
time.
was on edge big time.
Going to be big disappointment, big to upside. We just didn't know.
Yeah, and look at what we know now.
Yeah, we do know.
Big to the upside, and investors are rewarding the company's shares today. We're not just talking NVIDIA, though.
No.
You mentioned Battle for the Bird. It's Kurt Wagner's brand new book. It was out Tuesday. We got an interview with the author and our colleague in just a few minutes.
Looking forward to that. Also, the cover of the new issue of Bloomberg Business Week, the masters of hipster cringe that now have hardware and Wall Street cash. We're going to tell you about the private equity-backed indie film studio's Hollywood Gambit. It's a great read.
All right, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's another historic mission to the moon. We're tracking the Nova C spacecraft. It's expected to touch down on the moon surface at about 4:24 p.m. Wall Street time. We're going to bring you those images and a live feed as it happens.
All right, first up, a check on that day's trade and your top business stories. Over to Charlie Pellet we go. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Let's begin with NVIDIA because here's what you need to know. The stock today up 15.4% after last night's earnings report. In the YTD year-to-date column on the Bloomberg, I'm looking at a gain of 57.1% this short year so far. NVIDIA continues to surge again, up by 15.4% after last night's earnings report. We got 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Will we close at a record? Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the latest with the S&P right now at 5,081. We're looking at a record up 100 points, higher right now by just about 2%. Dow Industrials up 412, up 1.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 2.8%. 10-year yield 4.32% with a 2-year right now 4.71%. Spot gold lower by 0.1%, 2,023 the ounce, and crude up 0.8%, 78.53 a barrel. NVIDIA cannot ignore, have to repeat, NVIDIA up 15.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. She warned us yesterday in a story that was the most read on the Bloomberg, how equity markets were on edge awaiting NVIDIA's results. As you know, we got them. They were eye-popping, and the stock has shot up like a rocket again, provided upward momentum, Tim, to the overall trade again.
Okay, so take a deep breath. Exhale if you're long the market, at least. So writes Bloomberg
right,
News
good
equities
point.
reporter Carmen Reinecke, who's here with us in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So it turns out AI mania here to stay for at least another quarter.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was really watching this report. It was the most watched on the street for the year, maybe even more than that. And everything really went even better than according to plan. So obviously, NVIDIA beats. It gave a really solid forward revenue guidance that got everybody really excited. And shares spiked. I mean, they're up 15.3% right now. This gain, the amount that it could add to the total market value is $230 billion, more than $230 billion. That's going to be a record, and that's eclipsing a jump that we just saw from Meta just a few weeks ago. So it shows that, I mean, these earnings reports are super important. People are really watching them, and NVIDIA is just still the leader. It's the winner of AI, and it is driving market gains.
I love this quote in your story. I think it's James Demmer, Chief Investment Officer at Main Street Research. He says, every time it reports, the PE shrinks because the E ends up being so much stronger than people expect, right? We talk about basic metrics on a company, but it's kind of interesting to get that perspective.
Yeah, and this is a big part of the bull case for NVIDIA. People have been saying for months, for quarters now, that the valuation actually looks pretty inexpensive if you're looking at it on the price that you're paying for the earnings that it, is forecasting. So this is exactly what just happened again. It's earnings that E is growing so much faster than the stock is shooting up, which is kind of incredible considering, it's up 15% today, more than 50% this year, building on a more than 200% gain last year. So yeah, a lot of big numbers here for NVIDIA.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to do it, Carol.
What?
I'm going to,
Don't disappoint me.
Yeah, I'm not going to be the bearer of bad news, but I am going to say, I'm going to remind people, stocks don't go up forever. And there are still some bears out there, although they're relatively silent today. I am wondering what people are telling you about the possibility of a bubble forming, and this being sort of like, okay, it is 1999 all over again.
So the one thing that I've been hearing on this about this idea of the bubble is that the difference is that we're seeing dollar signs from AI, and I think NVIDIA is a really good, case in point, right? it's showing revenue. It has a ton of revenue. It's showing growth. So the bulls are saying this is not a bubble. It can continue to grow. Of course, at some point, there will be slowing growth. I mean, we can't just go up by 200% year over year forever, but that's baked into the valuation, is what I'm hearing from people. And you're right, the bears have gotten really quiet. I'm hearing from a lot of investors. They're kind of scratching their heads to find a bear case at this moment. And of course, stocks don't go up forever. It won't just be a straight line up. But the thing that we see time and time again with NVIDIA is that every time there is a dip, there are people running to get into this trade. And I think that that's something that we even saw this week. It dipped a little bit before earnings.
Well, we had
people
4
are ready
down
to
days,
go.
right? It was down about 9% in those 4 days, right? So that was a bit of a haircut. If you were thinking, okay, I still believe in this fundamental story, I want to get into it.
Yeah, exactly. I talked to someone today who said, I really wish I had bought at 650.
Yeah, it's pretty. It
shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Lasting thoughts as you think about the coverage, the arc of the last 2 days, where we were truly on edge yesterday. We talked about, you could kind of feel it in the studio that we're waiting to see whether or not it was going to live up to some of its expectations. When the numbers came out, we talked about this earlier with Ian King, that initially we saw some selling and we were trying to make sense. The CEO making that comment about a tipping point, a headline crossed. We're like, what is he saying? Tipping point for AI? And then we saw no, he's talking about lots of demand. But as you think about the last 2 days of coverage, is there an overall sentiment on this name, or thinking that you're kind of walking away from, or it's important to the overall market?
It's so important to the overall market. I think the thing that I keep thinking about is that at the end of 2023, we were kind of worried that maybe the AI trade, the tech trade, would get some of the wind taken out of its sails. It couldn't possibly, lead the market for another year. And what we've seen is that has just not been the case. NVIDIA was the last of the, so-called magnificent 7 stocks to report, and it blew, its earnings out of the water. So that trade's not going away. People are still really excited about AI. They see it as we're still in the early innings, and I think that's the big story right now.
Last but certainly not least, when it comes to NVIDIA earnings, Bloomberg News equities reporter Carmen Reinecke, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Well, Twitter's board once seriously considered then AWS head and now Amazon CEO Andy Jassy to be CEO of the company. Dorsey was this close, or Disney, was this close to buying the company, albeit it was a lowball offer. And Jack Dorsey, the co-founder and former CEO of Twitter, Carol, begins each morning with 3 things: salt juice, sunshine, and movement. Sounds pretty nice, right?
Everything around this is interesting. All right, these are just a few of the tidbits in the battle for the bird. Jack Dorsey, Elon Musk, and the $44 billion fight for Twitter's soul. The brand new book from Bloomberg News technology reporter Kurt Wagner, who has been everywhere, and rightfully so. So great to see it getting so much coverage. The book did come out on Tuesday. It's a great read. Everyone is indeed talking about it. Kurt joining us right now from Denver. Kurt, first of all, let's talk about, as you are making the rounds, what kind of feedback are you getting? What are people saying? I am curious if X or Twitter is calling. What are you hearing? What is the feedback?
Yeah, it's been really fun. I mean, this is a great week for me personally. It's been a lot of fun to see this out in the world. But I think, Twitter's a company, as you both know, that has just been covered so closely for such a long time. So one thing I was really worried about when writing this book was is there going to be new stuff here, right? Are people just going to feel like they're reading stories that they've already read years ago or months ago? And I've been really pleasantly surprised. A lot of the fun details, some of the things that Tim just even mentioned, right, are starting to bubble up. And I think people are realizing, hey, we knew some of the story as these things were unfolding live, but the book is obviously providing a lot more color than we were able to do at the time, and it's just been really fun for me to sort of see those little details really land with people who thought they knew Twitter before they started reading.
Anything yet from Elon at this point, Kurt?
No, nothing from Elon. I mentioned in the book, I tried to get both Elon and Jack Dorsey to speak for the book. Neither of them did. Maybe it'll happen at some point. I'm not really holding my breath right now, but nothing so far from Elon.
Okay, well, let's go to Jack Dorsey because he's a big focus of your book, and I want to talk a little bit about his philosophy around Twitter as a utility and less as a business. Because for a long time, I think when it was a public company, people were thinking to themselves, "Wait a second, does this thing actually work as a for-profit company?" Or should this be more of a tool? Should it be truly like a utility that people have access to?
Yeah, this was something that Jack Dorsey thought about a lot. And, obviously he ran the company while it was a publicly traded company. He was a co-founder, and early CEO when they ultimately decided to set it up the way that they did. But I think in a perfect world for him, Twitter would have been a public good, a public service of some kind where you're not worried about appeasing advertisers. You're not worried about appeasing investors. You're just simply giving people a place to talk, right? But unfortunately, once it is a publicly traded company, it's really hard to go backwards and kind of change how the company is set up. And even though he sort of talked about this with the board over time, his one way thinking that Twitter could do this was to sell to Elon Musk. And you're right, I spent a lot of time in the book kind of highlighting that relationship between those two guys because Jack saw Elon and bringing Twitter private as a way to sort of fulfill this idea that, it wouldn't be tied to a business for the long term, which he always sort of regretted.
Gotta love the chapters. A couple involving Mr. Trump, the former president. There's also one I cannot say because we are a family network. But what was the thing? I don't know. As you go through this process, it's such an incredible tale. It's something that I still like. I think most of us still do, as it kind of reinvents itself.
Depends on if I click the For You tab or the Following tab.
Depends on the day.
Right.
But what was the most remarkable thing in this kind of journalistic journey for you?
Yeah, I mean, there were a bunch of things, but there was a moment sort of like when right before Elon showed up as Twitter's largest shareholder, when I learned that he had been pestering then CEO Parag Agrawal to remove the Elon Jet account, right? So you probably both know the Elon Jet account. It tracks his plane, and it's gotten in some hot water for tracking Taylor Swift's plane. But Elon hated that this account existed on Twitter. He hated that it was tracking his private plane, and so he petitioned the company to remove it. They didn't remove it, and very shortly after that, he starts buying a stake in the company, right? And I can't say for certain that that's why he ultimately, bought Twitter, but it kind of feels like the timing is interesting. And there's a bunch of little moments like that that sort of lead up to this acquisition, right? I think from the outside, it looked like he just showed up one day, out of the blue, right? But I think what the book tries to do is explain that there were things happening behind the scenes we didn't know about that led us to that moment. And that was just one of a handful that are included in the book.
Okay, so help us look forward, Kurt, and understand what the future of Twitter looks like under Elon Musk and what you learned about his ambitions for it.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard him talk about this idea that X is going to be something totally different, right? They're really working hard to distance themselves from the prior Twitter group. And he's talked about building an everything app, right? You would use it for banking. You would use it to make payments. Obviously, video is something they're pushing really heavily into. I'm pretty, I'm not necessarily optimistic that this is going to work, in part because I feel like what Twitter was great at was one thing, which was news, right? That was sort of Twitter's superpower. It was the place to go for news. It was not the place you went to pay your friends. It was not the place you went to make purchases. And that's what he's trying to do. So he's really trying to pivot this entire company to something completely different. And I suppose you could say, well, you admire the effort. I'm just a little bit of a skeptical that he's going to be able to ultimately pull that off.
Well, incredible stuff as always. Kurt, every time we talk with you about it, we want more. So you got to promise you're going to come back and we'll continue this. It's called Battle for the Bird, Jack Dorsey, Elon Musk, and the $44 billion fight for Twitter's soul, the brand new book from Bloomberg News technology reporter Kurt Wagner.
And now let's head over to Bloomberg TV, where our colleague Sonali Basak and Katie Greifeld are speaking to Starwood Capital CEO Barry Sternlicht.
Capital. We're talking about the opportunity that people have to really put money to work and shore up capital in this environment right now. But you have really pointed to the existential crisis in property in the office market, and now we're seeing even parts of the residential market see some pains as well. Where are those skeletons hiding?
It's not clear exactly. I think there are some offshore investors, particularly in Asia, that took junior slices of debt, and they'll be the first to lose money with it. Some of these are in Korea, to some extent Singapore. So there's that. Then there's the pension plans that are in the core funds in the United States, and individuals that may own small properties. Most of the regional banks are lent to smaller operators, and every piece of real estate is worth less when interest rates go up 500 basis points. Now, and no sector of real estate in the United States, other than data centers, are rents really rising rapidly today. So you're in a stall pattern. Foreclosures in January just announced, I just saw it on the wires, are up 17%. So it is a U.S. phenomenon. Really, the the issue with office. That is a U.S. situation. Offices are full in Europe, and they're full in Asia, and they're full in the Middle East. I'm at the FAI conference. I can tell you they're all back to work. Americans are not back to work, and that's causing a significant stress on the office markets. Not only that, the markets are about 18% vacant. On shadow vacancies are like 23. So there's no asset class in real estate in the United States that's in as much strain as the office markets. And there are no lenders. So if you want to sell a building, you can't get financing for the building because all the banks, the commercial banks, the big ones, and the small ones are trying to reduce their exposure to office, which makes lending a very interesting thing, but very hard to buy unless you're a high net worth family just buying a building and putting it away as an unlevered investment in your trust. Right. So, which people are doing. And in the office markets, you have the really good buildings, which are leased and they're full, and then everything else. And the office markets will look a lot like the mall market in the United States, where there are great malls that tenants fight to get in, and then malls that tenants can't wait to get out of because they're going to the abyss. So I think office is also block by block, city by city, and what the quality of the building is. Is it ESG compliant? Is it a leader in its field? And good buildings are holding their tenants, and they're full in almost every city. And those eventually, I think, capital will come back and finance, and the markets will stabilize. But there's a lot of B and C office buildings that just do not have demand today, and we'll have to see. Those losses are spread primarily in the smaller buildings, in the regional banks, in commercial mortgage-backed securities, in insurance companies. Probably not that bad because insurance companies never got that aggressive, and maybe they were loaning 50, 60%. But and the commercial banks, I think the commercial banks are also nervous about some of their office exposure.
Well, Barry, I want to talk about some of your portfolio because, of course, one of your REITs, the Starwood Property Trust, it reported earnings today. And if you take a look at the earnings call, there were some interesting nuggets in there. For example, you had an executive mention 2 foreclosed buildings, a vacant building in LA, a Houston office tower. They were both in active discussion to be sold. Those deals fell through. What happened there, and what does that say about the current market for property sales?
I think it's absolutely emblematic of the markets today. There were very willing buyers at an attractive number for us. Basically, we probably lent 50 or 60% of original value, but the buildings are declined 40%. And my number of $1 trillion losses is 30% off the value, and of course that includes leverage, so it doesn't have to go down that much to lose that much equity. But in that case, that building in LA, we took it. I think the original basis was like $400. Our loan was like $240. And now we've written it down to $150 million, and it's going to be converted probably to a residential building or maybe even a data center. It's downtown LA. But I think that is, the buyers can't find financing. Financing, if you're going to borrow, they're going to want 10%, 11% money today, and many buyers just walk and say, I'll just wait for rates to come down, and then they'll come back. So I think you see transaction volumes in the United States have fallen 65, 70%, and everybody wants to wait to the second half of this year. So if you don't have to sell today, why would you sell? You're going to get a distressed price. Right. And I think our view is the mortgage REIT is in good shape. We have $1.2 billion of liquidity. So we ourselves will reposition these assets and sell them off in due course and put the capital back to work in other uses. But it's a very good time to be a lender because the banks are pulling back and the regional banks are almost out of business, it seems like, in real estate. And many of the money center banks, investors are nervous, so they want to reduce their exposure. Not just investors, the government's all over them. The OCC and the FDIC are looking at them and saying, reduce your exposure. That's usually a really good time to be an investor and a lender. Right. When everyone else is running away. But the banks, nobody's going to their credit committee at a bank and saying, I have this great office loan today, even if it's a great office loan today. And I'd argue the risk reward of making the right loan to the right tenant in the right city, on the right block, is probably pretty attractive today. So we're anxious to go back on offense, but right now we're playing defense.
Appreciate the clarity there. And we're up against the clock, but before we let you go, of course, we do want to talk about politics because we're speaking to you. You're coming from Miami. You've co-chaired some fundraisers for Nikki Haley. Are you still supporting Haley, and how long do you plan to support her, if so?
I think I'm like most of the nation who would like 2 other candidates. I think we don't know what's going to happen, whether Biden will make it to but primarily because of age and some of the politics of the situation. I think as business leaders, we think we ought to be more, I'd say we should be making friends first and argue later. So regarding China, I think there's so much interest in actually seeing if we can agree. We're both better off with peace, and we can't afford a war. So we can fight later. And I think Nikki, on several issues, I don't agree with most any politician on everything, but I certainly agree with her stand on the Middle East and Iran and sanctions that are required to keep them from financing the people that want to hurt us here in the United States and the Western world, and in fact, obviously the democracies in the Middle East. So I'm, yes, I will see. I mean, I don't think anybody knows what will happen with President Trump's legal challenges, and you know, the left side of the Democratic Party is not for me. So, you know, I'm not a socialist. And the one thing that really makes me angry is calling these people progressives, because they're really communists and socialists, and we should just call them communists and socialists. What's progressive about what their policies are? There's no progressive. It's one of the great labeling acts of all time. So I'm not a far left wing, and I think unfortunately they've taken too much. The parties are splintering to the far left and far right, and I would love to see a moderate candidate. So would most of America. Half the nation's independent, and I'm in that camp. I'm in the independents. So I think if there ever was the third party candidate, this would be the year.
All right. Well, Barry, unfortunately, we have to leave it there. Really appreciate your time today. I hope to continue this conversation soon. Of course, that is Barry Sternlicht, CEO of Starwood Capital. Now, we do want to...
All right, everybody, you have obviously been listening to Barry Sternlicht, CEO of Starwood Capital, talking there with our Katie Greifeld and Shonali Bosick over on the TV side.
Interesting politics answer, though. Supporter of Nikki Haley, did not say how long he'd be supporting her, but talking about his desire for a more moderate candidate, and he would like to see two different candidates than the two frontrunners out there right now.
Yeah, certainly weighing in on the upcoming race here. All right, right now, let's get Charlie Pellet to weigh in on the trade. Over to Charlie Pellet we go.
Thank you very much. 38 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. NVIDIA shares, best level of the day right now, higher by 16%. Before we get to the stock market numbers, a couple of other headlines want to pass along right now. An AT&T spokesperson says the AT&T mobile network has been restored after this morning's outage. AT&T shares, they are down 2.5%. Rival Verizon down 1.1%. T-Mobile US lower now by 0.3%. Another developing story right now, Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia President Patrick Harker says it will likely be appropriate to cut rates this year, but is emphasizing that the risks of easing policy too soon. We've got the S&P up 107 right now, 38 minutes to go. S&P up 2.1%, on track right now for a record close. The S&P is at 5,089. The Dow could see a record there as well, a close above 39,000. Right now, the Dow's up 447, up 1.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 472, up now by 3%. 10-year yield, 4.32%. The 2-year, 4.70%. Today's rally on the back of that NVIDIA earnings report. Again, NVIDIA up now by 16%. Spot gold is lower by 0.1%, $2,022 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, $78.50 a barrel. So again, recapping, stocks are higher. S&P up 107 now, up 2.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.